Okay. Um, time to light the beacons.
That's not what I meant to type.
Oops. Kind of hard to do it when you're on the phone, huh?
Yeah, I think I accidentally hit space, so it automatically autocorrected to go for.
Good afternoon.
Gotcha. Hello there.
Hello, Dennis.
How you doing?
I'm.
All right.
You broke up there a little bit,
Yeah.
Me?
at least for me.
Yeah, you did. I gotta fix my YouTube stuff.
You're probably having a better day than I am.
Yeah, your car overheating
decided to start
sounds
overheating on me.
unfortunate. What I'm
As I was
curious.
leaving a job interview too.
Ooh, okay. Well, at least it was leaving and not going to. Hey, Chaos.
If it was going to, it was definitely turned on the side of the highway instead of inside some random parking lot.
Uh-oh, I just heard 510s going off. NBA with the tier 1 sub. Thank you, NBA. Just trying to fix a couple things. YouTube and YouTube horizontal and vertical always require some extra zhuzh. And then I also have to fix Rumble. Because Rumble likes to always have just the same default title. So, fix that one. Here. And then I need to go into that and pop out the chat to make sure that I can see anybody over on Rumble. Pop out chat. There we go. Okay. Close that. I can close that. Test this one here. This is horizontal, and then this is vertical. Make sure that these two show up properly. And pop this over here. 20 months of sailing with Zath, you're a true veteran of the channel's fleet. Damn right, dude. Thank you very much for that, NBA. I need to raid my channel here so I can restart my rerun PC. I'm gonna get that done now while y'all are playing Words. Okay, good. Both of those are working fine. Boojam, if you heard me, or if you are hearing me right now, if you can screenshot your ship upgrades as well as flags, that would help too. And let me see if there's any updates.
Do that with mine, but I can't.
Now yours came through. Everybody else's came through fine. Hoojam's did not, and I think it's because Hoojam's was a experimental ship. Manual secondaries, even though it seems like some people are saying it will be the absolute death of the game. I'm intrigued. I am too, Chaser. In about damn time.
Manual secondaries are the thing the mobile game has, right?
Yes, Blitz, the mobile, yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Chaos. Yep, I've already initiated the raid to get to the main channel. That should come through in a moment. Once that happens, I'm gonna restart the PC here. I'm trying to fix Words on Stream is broken on the rerun channel, and I really don't know how the F to fix it. Ninja you, no problem, no problem. No problem. Lots going on, so it's always helpful when people like you can remind me about stuff, you know? Gotta get my hat on. That's important, of course. All right. There's the raid. Okay, and I need to fix that. That's not the stream elements. Is that? That's Twitch alerts. Oh. Oh, why is Twitch alerts doing that to me? All right, well, let's fix that to the proper size. And then I got to fix that over here. I don't know how that got all screwed up, but when I went and I fixed a bunch of my Twitch stuff, things got all kind of wonky. So, you know, it happens, I suppose. Okay, just a sec. That should be good like that. Gonna get some dirty water in, go for it. All right, I'm gonna stop my stream now, and then I'm gonna exit out. The other reason why it's important for me to do this on the rerun channel is because OBS doesn't actually save. There we go. OBS doesn't actually save any tweaks that you make until you exit out of the program. So if there's a crash and OBS just decides to take a dump, you have to redo everything that you had done before. I made a lot of changes lately. I don't want to lose that. So June 6th, are we going to start then, Rob, with you? Since you're not sure about timing?
Sure. I've got your stream up on my mobile app.
That's fine. Fine. You know, it's going to take about maybe 10 minutes before we get in there. I got to get my PC started and the rerun channel going. That's priority uno.
That's fine.
And then once I get that going, then we can do our hellos and everything. Well, thank you for shouting the rerun channel out, Rob. All right. No thanks, maybe later. Turn Lumia off on the rerun
Twitch
channel.
work properly.
Speaker bot's loading. Snaz is loading. I should be seeing streamer bot. There's OBS. So now I can hit the start streaming button. And then there's streamer bot. Okay, so I can minimize that, minimize that, minimize that. I'm going to need to put an alarm in my phone so that I can start up the giveaway, 10 p.m. I also need to get an alarm in my phone for tomorrow morning at, 6 a.m. Something like that. Something like that. I have a, yeah, because I think we start at 8 a.m. for COTS on EU. Hey, Andrew. You're lurking for the moment? No problem. No problem. In between our replays and stuff like that, I'll ask who's here. And if anybody's got to go, you know, if you got to go, then we'll try to get you in soon. Okay, rerun channel should be live again. Let me take a look and see. And I got to get words going. This is the only thing I could think of to fix words on stream over here. Okay, let's test it. And it is not working again.
Not cooperating with me.
So the rerun channel, words on stream is broken. I don't understand why it is not working, but it isn't. So I'm just gonna have to cancel it for now. Just kill it, or I can keep it going. I guess I can keep it going. Every now and then people will type in words and it won't work or anything, but it'll be fun, right? I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it is not wanting to work. Damn. Spaghetti Code Chaser. I guess so, yeah. It's probably because, you know, this is a 24/7 channel, right? The rerun channel. And because it's 24/7, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe it got flagged or something, you know. Who knows? So I just need a couple more minutes. I got to get my stream monitor set up over here on the rerun PC. Oh, right. Yeah. This is great. As part of my troubleshooting, I cleared out my cookies and everything. And so now I have to like redo some of these things. This is exciting. Not. Okay. Here's the horizontal stream.
See if YouTube will work better for me.
That one.
Because I'm having
Yes.
trouble getting the video to play on my Twitch app.
You can always try typing in doing well, yeah. Never mind.
When I tried bringing it up as a website and it kept just auto correcting to
Yeah.
auto sending me to the app.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna suggest, but yeah, that's if you're on a phone, that's not gonna work so well. All right. Just a couple more minutes, y'all. Sorry for the delay.
Ah!
There. Okay, now I need to check on Rumble and Kick. Okay. And Rumble. Oh yeah, I have my Rumble. There we go. There we go.
You must see how to get this.
This one is concert. Have fun typing. Okay. I think we're just about ready to go.
Okay,
We haven't won a single one of these yet, have we?
well, I couldn't really participate because the video kept locking up on my mobile app.
No, I'm not. That's not a knock on you. That's a knock on everyone in
know.
chat. Yeah, that's what you were assuming too, flag for being a bot. Yeah, it's a possibility, but I mean, you know, I've had this problem before and then it just like automatically got fixed, so we'll have to just see what happens, I suppose. All right. For now, I'm just going to pin the message that we are live on main. Minimize that. Okay. I have to get through a bunch of ads on Rumble. And I think I'm ready to. Oh, wait, hold on. I forgot one other site. This one. Okay.
I can't seem to figure out how to mute the video on YouTube on my mobile app, mobile phone.
Yeah. All
I
right,
don't
y'all.
think it's being passed through, but
Yeah. We're gonna wake up chat here. And I picked a terrible one for us to wake up on.
Who made that man a gunner?
I did, sir.
Ah,
He's my cousin.
account. Mine delay, it's already pinned. I just pinned it as I was saying I was doing it. So it might be a slight delay on your side, Chaos. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna turn my AC down 1 degree. It's now that I'm streaming, there's a lot more heat being generated. AC is pulling 377 watts right now. Neat. Okay, what do we got? Count. What else is there? And where's the rest of you guys? Wake up, everyone.
I'm here.
Yes, the stream starting soon. It does go down to 0 and then it just sits. I could refresh. Well, play words. Anyway, we can reset the I can reset like the whole thing. Like here, I'll show you chaos. I can refresh the browser source, and then boom. Now the timer. It's something that's built into the overlay. One of my to-do list things. I actually got a lot of things done lately, but one of my to-do list things is to figure out some better overlays, and you know, just try to elevate the experience a little bit for y'all. But unfortunately, I've been busy with other things that keep popping up. So, yeah. Let's see, what is this one? I'll just go with cars. You see the C word? Oh, yeah, on the last one. Yeah, unfortunately, that C word won't work in this one. Somebody's tried it before. That's how I know.
Guilty.
Yeah, Let's see, I got soar. When things keep popping up, you start to play whack-a-mole. Yes, Cobra. And I invested some time into my stream setup. And what I was trying to do, and actually, no. So Monday night, I invested some time into streaming Manor Lords at 1440p just to see if it would work. And I couldn't get it to work. But yeah. So, you know, I just had to keep on going back and all that kind of stuff. 20k UG. What do you mean 20k UG, Big O?
Would cover my replay?
Yeah, I told you I was going to have to raise that price because we got in the situation we got into, right? I had to deny
Situation.
of running out of space. So, you know, I got it. Corsair. So, you know, I had to raise the prices, and so I posted in the I think the replay analysis channel. There's Who Jam. Coming through with getting his equipment, and then flags are HP, speed, consumable, reload. Okay. So anyways, inflation is at that. Well, so it's important to be able to have a free way for people to get replays covered, right? And so I was kind of going back and forth with it a lot, and I needed to raise the pricing, but I wanted to do it in a way that wasn't like, holy crap, it's so much. So what I ended up doing was setting it up so that what Twitch says is that a viewer will earn about 220 channel points per hour. So I reduced that to 200. And then I tried to figure out what exactly does that look like. So 20,000 is, you divide that by 200, right? And that's like, I think that's like 10 hours. Yeah, so if they lurk for 10 hours on the main channel, basically it'll take when you figure my normal streaming schedule and stuff, you figure for most people you're looking at about 1.5 to 2 months worth of lurking to get the channel points. And then on the rerun channel, I raised it up so that it would basically be half a month to a month of lurking 10 hours a day over on the rerun channel. So that way, at least there is still a free way to get it done. 2K is too cheap. Well, Neil, see, the thing is, thank you, by the way, for the input there. The thing is, subscribers get double the points. So whatever I just said, if you're gifted a sub or you sub like Big O, you sub yourself, right? So you know, you get double points. So whatever I just said for timing, you know, half that. That it takes half the time to get the points then. So, you know, I think it's okay where it's at now. But if we run into another situation where I just run out of time, I'm gonna have to find, you know, I'm gonna have to raise prices again in a sense and figure that out. As far as like people spending money, well, Big O, since you subscribe to my channel often, you know Twitch has raised the dollar price to sub as well, right? So, you know, in a sense, both the free and the paid way is getting more expensive. Of course, I suppose people could also, you know, support me on Patreon because that, you know, there's that $5 a month, so that price has stayed the same, right? And then the other thing is the other free way actually for people to support is doing the sponsorship. You know, all my really good games are a patch or two behind, so I'll continue to lurk and reserve points. And see, that's the idea, Chaser. That's absolutely the idea, right? Because what you do is you lurk, get the points, and then when you have that game that you want covered, bam, you're ready to go. So, you know, I think you're in a good position for that also because you're a subscriber too. You're getting the extra points. Same for you, Big O, right? Like you're getting extra slots, and that's on top of the fact that you are a tier 2 sub, so you automatically are getting extra subs covered, right?
Yep.
Let's see if we can finish a level. I mean, when I first started this, when I first started doing the replay analysis stuff and the channel points and all that, it was interesting because I was starting with, I think it was like enough channel points to where somebody could show up to the stream and then get enough points to get a replay covered like that same stream or something. And then it's you know, it's come to this point where, you know, we've just kept on growing. Rob, let me get your Brizzy game up here. Beta, nice one. Okay, hey Cremoa. Thank you for your sub. It's 64 months of support. Cremoa, you don't stream anymore. I keep asking you that because, you know, I would love to shout you out as my way of saying thanks, of course. You do not. Okay. Rob just got to his location.
Oh, that noise.
Yeah, he's getting out of the car.
Ah! I was actually switching seats. There
Okay,
it goes.
no problem. I got your doors are ajar. The doors are ajar, right? I've got your
Yeah, the honking was because I got out of the car with the
I got your
thing in
replay
my-
ready
the
to
keys in
go.
the car.
Got your replay ready to go. You got major lag on my channel on your phone. You're posting the new puzzle entries 20-30 seconds before I even get to see the puzzles. Chaos, the phone experience is rough. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do about that.
If it makes you feel better, I'm also having trouble with mine. It's not even trying to load the thing again. Yeah, so I probably won't be able to see what you're talking about.
There goes the Wi-Fi.
Just got messaged, I guess something that Raptor posted on his Discord a couple days ago. Yeah, he's I think he's getting tired of warships. It's unfortunate, but I know he's not alone in that. Yeah, he's burning out. I agree. With the stream he had last Thursday, I can understand. I mean, oof is a word I can see in there. uh, but yeah. Uh, okay, there we go. We got it. We got it. That now was when the puzzle reached 1. Jeez. All right, chat has woken up, so we'll just play until we fail, and then we'll get started. Thanks everybody for getting us through the level there. But yeah. I'm getting frustrated too with the double sub, double carrier games and the other blowouts. Honestly, I think the outcome here, I see what I did there. I think the key to really enjoyment in this game is changing your goals. And changing how you go about completing those goals for that matter. So what I would recommend, this is what I would tell Raptor privately too, is dude, you gotta stop playing randoms. Randoms is a cesspool that just drags you down. And for that matter, let me get this bigger for you guys, make it easier to play. For that matter, ranked can be that way too. So you just have to like move past the garbage, you know, of you know, stuff that frustrates you. And I think, honestly, I think wargaming. Hey, look, I'm at 0 minutes again. I think wargaming is doing a like their timing could not be better, in my opinion, when it comes to what they're developing now. Right, the Unbreakable Line event, asymmetric battles coming back. What was it? Perilous Route. Those PvE things and operations, flagship operations as well. Those things are, in my mind, bringing a lot more life into the game because I can enjoy it and not be so stressed about it. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I don't get why you hated Unbreakable Line. I thought Unbreakable Line was hella fun. Like, you rush in, you blow a bunch of stuff up, you die, and you do it again. You know?
I'd like to see Airship Escort come back. I thought that was
Airship
fun.
Escort would be fine, yeah. But I think that the future for warships really isn't in competitive modes. I think the competitive modes have been beaten to death. Like PvP modes is what I'm getting at, right? So that's randoms, ranked, clan battles. Hey, Enchilada. You know, I think I think like, you know, I guess Unbreakable Line is technically PvP as well, but at least that was a, you know, extended format. Sorry, Cremo. The rush and die refresh is why he hated. He saw no point in it. And NBA says, if I want to respawn, I'll play Call of Duty. Well, sure. Sure. But, you know, there's nothing wrong with trying to, you know, change things up a bit. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. And I'm absolutely here for it. Like, you guys have seen me play ranked. You've seen me play operations with y'all and the different other PvE modes. I have a damn good time doing it. Hell, you know, I even was doing it last weekend during the breaks in the Enterprise tournament. Yeah, destroyers kind of get screwed a little bit in ops, don't they, Chaser? Because the bots just like auto magically know when torps are coming, right? So I get you there. I want to bring the destroyer lines I'm grinding into the you can, it's just you don't get as much out of it. I also feel like, Chaser, you need to change your mindset a little bit when you're playing destroyers in especially operations, but you know, even Perilous Route, for example, right now. And I think it's, you got to be more aggressive, right? And then just find ways to, you know, smash things in the face with torpedoes, like what you saw me doing with the Paulo Emilio. You know, that was a joke. That Electric forced me to do that as a joke. and I couldn't stop laughing the whole time. You're actually grinding Grozovoy. Grozovoy in Perilous Route is fine. And see, the thing is, like, in Perilous Route especially, because you're playing with lower tier ships as opponents on bots, you know, it gives you the ability to actually use AP more often. You know? So when words are working on the rerun channel, is it the same words as the main channel? Yeah, it's the same program, Chaos. That's a great question. It's the same program, so it pulls from the same batch of letters, which is the reason why I saw evening and I immediately knew it. Like, because I just got the experience of playing enough to be able to catch it, you know? I admit right now, I'm just holding my breath, excitement-wise, till the new US and DD split hits. Yeah, I'm curious about what those destroyers are going to play like. I haven't really been following their development, just because I've been so busy with so many other things. So, you know, I think it'll be neat to see a new destroyer line be added in. I approach it with some cautious optimism that they will be good. But it's wargaming. You know? Since when do they give us fun ships? Give? See? Anyway. But yeah, you know, like, I think right now too, with the announced nerfing of chip prices, right, for coal, steel, and research bureau, it does put a further emphasis on grinding ships out for research points, and maybe even grinding ranked battles and clan battles, right, to get that last steel necessary to be able to buy a ship, or even maybe that little bit of extra steel that you need to convert to coal, which we always say never do. But I think this is one of those rare cases. If you're eyeing a tier 10 and, you know, you're just on the precipice of getting it, on the cusp of getting it, by all means, spend the steel and get the damn ship before it gets more expensive. The player-controlled secondary German super heavies looks interesting, even though people are screaming it's going to kill the game. They've talked a
super
lot of...
heavies?
Yeah, well, so yesterday on Wargaming's official EU stream, they announced German battle cruiser tech tree line. So in the same idea of the Graf Spee at tier 6, an entire tech tree forward of them. There's a fake one here, guys. There's a fake letter. What was your question?
Kirk, isn't the Palmer in the battle cruiser line already?
I mean,
Is in what? Yeah, so maybe battle cruiser is not the right way. The large cruisers, I guess. I don't know. But they're basically, let's see, torpid. Huh. Okay. So then, what's fake? The M is fake. Yeah, the M is fake. Yeah, super heavies. Sure. So like
Alaska line, but German.
Yeah. So I mean, but the big thing about them is that their main batteries are okay, but they have player-controlled secondary batteries, so you can flip between primaries and secondaries and manually fire your secondaries. Kind of like what they were doing with the CV rework recently, you know? So one of the reasons he came back to my Patreon was to get better and play in comp and tournaments, as all the friends that started playing this game with me have left. Only the CCs I still watch in this game are Zelda, Arrow, Wookiee, and me and a few others. I appreciate that, Ensalada. Which reminds me, I do owe you some goodies. So please hold my feet to the fire on that. Make sure that those goodies, you know, the things that you're paying for do come through, okay? Reach out to me on Discord is the easiest way to do it. We'll figure things out. NBA can speak to that. We went back and forth for a couple weeks till we could find a really good time. And then we found one, and it worked out. So, let's get the show on the road, guys. Hey, there we go. Okay, is my hat on straight? I think so. All right. Trying to remember what that Commonwealth version of Illinois, the one-armed Goliath guns, is going to be available. So, oh, you're talking about, I think, the Irresistible, right? That one, I think, is going to be after they change the pricing. I think Irresistible will be the new pricing scheme. Whatever is 41,000, I think. Yes, Enchilada, we're doing 5 replays today. I am
41,000
full
what,
up on
Cole?
replays. Oh, okay, 62,000 research points. Thank you, Pac. I couldn't remember what it's coming out as.
So what's changing, and does this mean I should like impulse buy a coal ship or something?
In 1 second, with Zelda crew do OP operations, yes, right, okay. And these, on your own, you play ranked and randoms, Lady Torpeda and Arrow late at night when you get home. Perfect. So to catch you up and anybody else that's going on, what's happening is that Warships Wargaming has announced that they are going to standardize the pricing of all ships in the armory. So coal, steel, and research points are going to be standardized. Now, your question is a very important question because most of the ships that are below tier 10 are actually going to be cheaper. So I would say you don't want to buy any ships below tier 10. There are, and also doubloons, thank you, Electric, yes. There are ships, though, that are going to become more expensive, and some a lot more expensive. There's a document that's been going around, and if anybody, Pockington, you've got access to the doc, I think. Can you post that in the chat? Maybe post it in my Discord as well, or if anybody else knows it. But there's a document going around. Somebody's already done the math, so there's no point in redoing the math. That showcases ships that are becoming cheaper, and then ships that are becoming more expensive, and by how much. So that's fine, Pock. It's not a big deal. If you're busy, you're busy. Don't worry. So yeah, so that should be helpful for you guys to make your determinations. But I would say you definitely want to grab the ships that are going to become more expensive. You want to grab them now with the idea of, you know, saving some resources. For example, I immediately picked up the only steel ship I hadn't bought yet, which is Barbiano, and I was waiting until the coupon, you know, came back up again. But then after I saw that they're raising the prices for that, as well as the upcoming, whatever the ship's going to be at Steel, the next one that they've announced is coming, I figured I'll just use my coupon for that one when it comes down. So, but yeah, anything that's going to go up in price, you probably want to pick it up if you can. And if you're not sure what to pick up, you can always ask in streams. You can ask on Discord and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly, Chaser. And I still have over 1 million steel just chilling.
Well, you
So-
are CC, so
Yeah, but I don't get steel as a CC, and I don't get the ships are free as a CC either. So that's kind of earned, I guess. The thing that I did was last year I converted doubloons into steel. Christmas time, I did that twice, right? So, you know, I do get doubloons as a CC, so I guess you could say that, you know, through that, I do get a good source of steel. But I also do play ranked battles. I showed you guys that, so I can get steel and stuff. So we are still going to have all these resources for ships. Yes, they're not removing any of that. Thank you, Pac. They're not removing any of the types of currencies. They're going to keep that going. Now, the other thing that they're doing on top of the price bump is they're going to start a rotation of ships in the armory. So there will be some ships that are in there, and then after a certain amount of time, they'll come out. Okay? Ranked is absolutely Hujam. I completely agree with you. The best way to get steel in this game is ranked, or if you're in a good group of like Unicum players, obviously clan battles is a fantastic way to get steel too. But that's a far tougher grind, in my opinion, that requires a lot more investment and time and effort to make it happen. Chaser, I'm sure we're gonna see Enterprise again for sale. I don't know why we wouldn't, because Enterprise is not really you know, OP at this point. And there's a Reddit link to the changes in a spreadsheet as well. Okay. Tier 8 doubloon destroyer price hike. Ouch. Yeah, some of them are quite changed. So they keep her behind the gambling because she is enterprise. No, I think that they just don't know how to properly bring the ship back for sale without pissing people off. Frankly, you know how it is with wargaming. Anything they do, they piss people off. They piss people off if they bring Enterprise back because they're people that gambled to get it, and I spent so much money for this ship, and rah! And then there's people that got it a long time ago, back when it was OP, and you know, are upset because now the ship's back out. Just like people were upset Missouri was coming back. It's crazy. Thank you, NBA. So you know, I think they can.
Upset because the Kikami are coming back.
I'm sorry, what?
Or the
Oh,
people were
Kitakami?
upset because the Kikami was coming back. Or...
Right. Right. There were people that were upset that it was coming back, and then there were people that were upset because of how it was coming back, right? When they did the trade-in system for it. So yeah, we got 5 replays to do today. We are full up. This is our final replay stream of the patch. Just so you guys know, anybody else who's submitted a patch for a replay, they're gonzo, okay? We're gonna move on to the next patch next week. Also, just a heads up, I'm gonna be gone for a couple of weeks during the next patch cycle to go visit my dad. This was a planned visit. He's perfectly fine and healthy, but I actually said I wanted to hang out with him and spend some time when he's not in the hospital, you know? It's warships. People are upset for the sake of being upset. Yes. Yes. And this is the Brisbane.
That is.
Hmm?
The irony of this being the last replay stream. I just had a really good match in Brandenburg.
Yeah, and Shinano and so many other ships. And it happens, but, you know, there's only so much of me. So I was killing myself. I was absolutely killing myself in the past. So go ahead, Rob.
I had a match a couple days ago in my Schonberg of all ships where I got my first E badge. And I'm like,
I saw that. Yeah. No, but I was absolutely just so like if you look at my old replay streams, I would do replays for 6 hours straight, like nothing but replay analysis for 6 hours straight. Now, the one thing to keep in mind is I didn't spend the time I do now on each replay, right? We spend more time on each replay. Okay. So like Rob's replay on Brisbane, right? We do the captain build, and then we do the replay, the game, and then we talk about it as we talk over the end screens, and then we do the replay render. All those things mean that replay analysis now is closer to 45 minutes a time. Yes, Pujam is correct. Because in the past, what I would do is I would literally just load up the replay and just watch it. We wouldn't talk about captain build because I had no way of seeing it. We wouldn't do the replay render because there was no such thing back then. So I want you to keep in mind, once upon a time, I would do these streams of all, and then I would cut up every single damn replay and get those posted to YouTube. I'd have 3 replays posted to YouTube per day just to be able to keep track of things. And it was absolutely exhausting me to the point where I almost stopped. Like I almost said, I'm just done. I can't do this. I'm going to walk away. So what I finally did was I settled on this idea that we're going to do 5, and then you guys are going to vote for which one goes to YouTube, and then if there's another one that I really like, I'll pull that out and put that. So in a replay stream, it's 2 going to YouTube instead of 20 of them. Also, what I found was that I think people didn't appreciate that I was going and just, you know, basically spamming replays out to YouTube because the quality just wasn't as good. And then finally, YouTube's algorithm just you know, completely rafflecoptered, killed my growth because YouTube's like, oh, you're releasing too many videos and nobody's watching them. So, well, NBA, I mean, you and others, you guys are the reason I still am here doing this, you know? I do enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. No, you're fine, Xanda. Thank you very much for the lurk. Okay, are we ready to go? Yes, Tannis?
What coal ship do you think I should get? Because a good portion of them are going to get more expensive.
Dude, I can't tell you that answer. I mean, it comes down to pick a class that you enjoy and then grab a coal ship for that if you can, you know? So.
Yeah, because I was thinking about like grabbing the Trump or something because I want to figure out how to aim the airstrikes.
Then grab the Trump, yeah. I mean, I would say if there's any ship that you've been thinking about, just get it. You know what I mean? Like, if you can afford it, just get it. And that means for now, you're going to hold off on buying commanders for coal. You're going to absolutely hold off on buying the special upgrades for coal, right? And spending coal on flags if you were doing
upgrades, and I have all the commanders I think I'm going to get.
Right. But I'm saying
like
that
France
I'm saying
England.
that for you, but I'm also saying that for the benefit of everybody else listening too. If they hadn't considered that, right? That's something important. So you picked up the Z42. There you go. And enjoyed the dirty water. Yes, I do enjoy dirty. As a matter of fact, my team for Team League next week is going to be Team Dirty Water. I don't know if we're going to have time for dirty water today or this weekend. I don't think we're going to be doing an after party after the COTS Tried and Trials. So we'll see. You love the name. Me too. Okay, so let's get this show on the road because we've been hanging for like an hour now. Jeez, yeah, we have been. Almost. My work meeting went late, so that's part. Thank you, NBA. Appreciate that. So, this is Rob in the Brisbane, and he's basically picked it up. Was this your first game in this, Rob?
I think my second. I don't think I.
Okay.
My second.
Okay.
Like second or third.
So the thing about the Brisbane is that a lot of people look at her as like a Minotaur. Yeah, kind of. She's got the 12-kilometer radar instead of 10, so that's huge already. When you've got her built for concealment, she does still have the ability, I believe, to stealth radar by a good margin, as you can see there. Stealth radar means if you're detected, you can press the radar and basically see whatever's detecting you. Which is very handy. The big thing about Brisbane is that she can choose between HE and AP, whereas Minotaur is AP only. So you can get away with shooting, HE at destroyers and burning all the things, that sort of deal. The big thing is that Brisbane does not have an ability to smoke herself. So in the same vein as Minotaur, it's a Citadel magnet. And the other thing is, at least in my opinion, the gun arcs are really poor, especially at max range. I really struggled to hit stuff in Brisbane. That being said, I haven't played a ton of battles in it, but I felt more comfortable shooting things with Minotaur than with Brisbane. Usually trick Russians can do these days. USN and British radar, for the most part, sits right on max concealment or lower. Exactly right, Chaser, exactly. So she's a fantastic anti-destroyer cruiser, but at maximum range, she does struggle to get the hits on to do the damage to destroyers, but also, I guess you could even say, to cruisers and battleships that are maneuvering. The other saving grace, though, that this ship has is with the torpedoes. These have a 13.5 kilometer range. And so the 13.5 kilometer range is really helpful. In tournaments, we see Brisbane very popular because you can sit in a smoke screen, and then most of the time smoke screens are about 12 kilometers apart. And since the torpedo range is 13.5, you actually can hit the ships that are hiding behind a smoke screen or in them. So that adds a little bit of viability to the Brisbane. It's one of the reasons you see her very popular in COTS and other tournaments, and a lot of times why she's banned, frankly, in those tournaments too. So it's a good ship, but a very tough ship to play, very tough ship to master, I would say. So let's take a look at this this setup. And Cobra, I saw your question about the after party. I'll answer that in the in between. Just remind me, okay? So you've gone with main armaments mod 1, engine room protection, torpedo tube, in the third slot, steering gears, concealment, and then finally torpedo tubes mod 2. So you want to spam all the torps. That's your idea, Rob?
I think I just clicked maybe I think I clicked not recommended, and that figured I would sell and remount as I got better at the ship.
Okay. There's
That's
nothing
not
wrong
really
with
clued into how I played it.
there's nothing wrong with starting with recommended and then, as you said, making changes as you go. I agree. One change that somebody noted earlier was that you've got the torpedo modification instead of aiming systems. I mentioned how difficult it was to hit things at max range. Without aiming systems, it becomes harder, obviously. However, I can understand your idea about torpedo tubes. If you're going to spec in, especially in slot 6 here with torpedo tubes, then you're probably going to want to make sure, since there's an extra 50% risk of torpedo tubes incapacitated, you probably want to reduce that risk as well to compensate. So I do like this idea of taking torpedo tubes mod 1 here. This also increases the speed of your torpedoes, so that will help with getting your torpedoes to target sooner. In slot 2, I'd absolutely recommend the surveillance radar modification. Once you start feeling more comfortable with the ship, because I mean, why wouldn't you want to improve the duration of your 12-kilometer I win button, right? Now you've got a standard captain because there is no special captain. You only have a 10-pointer in here. This is a premium ship, right? So
That's actually the highest. Yeah, that's actually the
Okay.
highest level
okay.
commander I
Gotcha.
have for that nation.
Gotcha. So what you started with was incoming fire alert for the heads up, you know, I'm about to get screwed. Consumable enhancements to increase the duration of your consumables here, fine. And then superintendent to get 1 extra because there is a heal. And then finally concealment. Okay. I might, you know, you have to think about how you want to build this out completely. But for me, I think priority target might be a better start. And then that gives me the ability to take last stand and first point here. Because to me, like, you know, if everybody's hitting you and you lose your rudder, that's problematic, right? Your ability to dodge in this boat is so important. Hello, Dubong. And priority target, of course, gets you an idea of if it's time to try to go dark or not. That's why I like to use priority target. But the way you built it is fine to start. And then you go from there. Where are you thinking of going now that you've played this boat a little bit more, Rob? Uh-oh, did we lose Rob?
No, I had to grab my phone. I had to try
Okay.
to charge. I'd probably grab something like Adrenaline Rush or
Okay. So Adrenaline Rush is a really good skill. Right.
survivability.
Survivability is absolutely another skill that's important to have. And here's kind of the problem now is, you know, if you're going to play this in ranked, radio location, I would say is a must. But because you went for a torpedo build, you may want to consider Pack-a-Punch and fill the tubes, right? Just to help you spam the torpedoes even more so than you already do, and also make your torpedoes even deadlier. I think that would be a very fun way to, you know, to build this ship. You know, unfortunately, there's no room for therefore consumable specialist. So, you know, maybe you don't do fill the tubes and you do consumable specialist and swift fish to make them even faster, which synergizes well with torpedo tubes. You know, but there's a few other options in here. Hello, Invictus. You know, I could see dropping consumable enhancements for specialists. Just they don't last as long, but you can spam them more frequently, which comes in handy. Yeah, you know, you can do something like that. You got options, so I'd say take your time and see how you feel about the boat and go from there, right?
Yeah, and it's gonna take me time to actually get more points for the commander,
Yeah.
anyways.
Yep. And then for signals, no signals. That's cool. You're just chilling, trying it out. So let's go. All right. So here's our game.
I believe there is a death pick as well.
Okay, cool. Load up your replay.
It's
for
mostly when I
later.
got caught out.
Okay, so carrier and sub. This is a random battle. The carrier is a Malta, which is very problematic for you. And the sub is a U-4501, which is also quite problematic for you. Lots of battleships too. Double Vermont. Oof. Mecklenburg. Mecklenburg can actually do a lot to you too. Go on. Wrong battleship. Petro is a concern. Worcester and Svea maybe not so much.
Standing by for
And then
instructions.
you've got the Gearing, Yu Yang, and Ragnar, which you can radar, and
Let's give them a
yeah,
hard
you
time.
got Hydro, so. Yes, Rob is already TKing the Holland. I think what Rob was doing is just trying to get a feel for the guns.
Das war ein großartiges Gefecht.
So, Rob, why are you heading in this direction right now?
I think I had to. I think I was trying to head towards an island. Or my first instinct on a ship like this is usually find an island early on.
Okay. So, I will mention you spec this for torpedoes.
Enemy force
Islands
detected.
aren't well suited for torpedoes. They are suited for guns. So if you had this as a gun setup, then I would agree with you. But because you're more torpedo spec, what I would do is I would go on the 910 line and just luck chuck torps down the 910 line when they're available. The idea being you're going to work with your Holland to torp all the things, right? And then if there's a destroyer there, you can radar it and kill it. So I like that you kept on moving this way.
各艦に通達。指定の味方艦を援護せよ。敵艦に攻撃を集中せよ。
How you doing, by the way, SAT score? You having a good Friday so far? There's multiplanes. Why are you... Okay, so you're radaring because you cover the cap.
Reporting the target position.
Okay.
Yeah, and I had at least one battleship who could potentially shoot at anybody who's there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, nobody's
If he was
really
paying
there to
attention.
shoot him. Well, so you're depending on teamwork in an environment where it's random battles. So, exactly, SAT. If you were going to come out... Hey, giveaway going. Why did it not post on the... Yeah, here, or did it? What the heck?
Enemy submarine.
Okay, that was weird. Did something happen with my giveaway setup? I'll look at that in the break in between. But if you were gonna come forward like and shoot the destroyer you were radaring, then that's a good radar. But since you weren't even in a position to do much other than to like hit F3 on him and say, hey, blah blah
Concentrate
blah,
fire on the enemy
I kind of feel like you missed out there. You want to see how torp build works? Me too, actually. But see, both of their destroyers are in the sea cap, which means that the way in the backfield is wide open. Absolutely wide open.
Enemy battleship sighted. Enemy cruiser. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy cruiser sighted. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Right. Yeah, battleship on the 910 line is death, but that didn't happen. You like the idea, even though it's random, so you're an optimist. Well, yes, but I think if the player had called for, you know, radar, cool, right? But without knowing that you're going to have a ship shoot whatever you're spotting, yeah. Right, SAT. And that's why I think going up along the islands actually could have been problematic for you. It wasn't in this case. But if a battleship was right here and you're here, you're basically, you know, clobbered, right? Whereas if you were on the 910 line, you spot the battleship and have the ability to turn away.
Enemy battleship sighted.
I'm gonna wait till it changes, but just realize you hadn't bought the radar mod for the Brisbane yet. It's a very good mod to have for it.
Enemy cruiser.
Now, in the same vein of Rob trying to help out earlier, he could use his radar now so he can catch the Yu Yang and figure out what the Yu Yang is doing. He did just appear, though, I think possibly on Kurfürst Hydro, which makes sense. So yeah, there might be a giveaway going right now. If there is, then make sure that you're following the channel and type something in chat just to be safe. And I'll have to investigate that during our break in between the replays. Now I feel like, Rob, right here, you're not doing anything to help. I mean, you're shooting at max range. I was talking about how floaty they are. I mean, look at that. It's very difficult to hit destroyers at max range in this thing. Your phone is muted, no worries. So if you're gonna do a torpedo build Brisbane, you really are looking to play more of a hiding away ship. So you want the enemy to charge you and then you torp them in the face and stuff like that. I don't like this decision to turn into sea right now. Exactly, SAT. Especially because, look, there's a Malta here. So if you had kept on going down this way, you could actually put yourself in range to torpedo the Malta, which is absolutely what I would be doing right now.
Torpedoes direct front. Torpedoes to starboard.
Exactly. Yep, the Malta is stuck. So this is your perfect opportunity to use your torpedoes, and you're instead choosing to shoot him with guns. Which is fine. It just feels bad you spent so much effort specking for torpedoes and then you're not using them. Also, if you cared so much about that destroyer, why aren't you going back to kill him? Because he's about to kill your Shinano.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Wasted radar, yeah. I agree. We've been with this, we've talked with Rob before about wasting radars. Honestly, this Shinano is playing it wrong too. He should be, you know, launching his tacticals and smoking himself, but he's not. He would do better in the Yodo. Hey, Shinano secondaries does Shinano secondaries thing. See that, Big O?
Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Alright, look, you've got something you can torpedo, Rob. But you're gonna sit behind the island instead. Why are you hydroing here? What are you afraid of? Gearing torpedoes? It's the only thing that hydro will detect at this point in the game. Absolutely. Absolutely good opportunity to torp before the island. And you see Rob getting a little impatient here, wanting to get the torps off, realizing he can't unless he backs farther up than he's willing to, and then he decides to start shooting. You got lucky that you didn't get shot at, that the Vermont wasn't ready to shoot you right then and there. Okay, gonna try again. Oh, and I forgot to mention, she does have single fire torpedoes, which honestly, I wouldn't have done them all like that, Rob, but okay. Because as soon as the Vermont decides to move his rudder, all of those torpedoes are going to miss. What you do is you put them all out in this kind of random fashion so that the Vermont can't, you know, dodge all the torps. Exactly. You at this hit point pool right now, only 1 or 2 torpedoes is what you're going to need.
I think the Vermont's smart enough to turn in.
Mm-hmm.
Which, clearly, he is not.
Right, and he's actually going to die to these torpedoes, which is hilarious. But Rob has the ability now to switch sides and torpedo the other side. Actually, at this point, looking at the score and everything, I would just come straight out and just do it. You know, like, do the thing. Who cares? If you die, you're going to win no matter what. But all game we've been watching you with the torpedo build, and that's the only time you've been able to utilize the torp so far. Now, if you don't know where they're going to move, then you're going to want to change up your torpedo aiming. See, the mech's already turning because you're coming out. Yes, Chaser, I absolutely would have kept it either in a spread, or you can make the spread by, like, if I was lining up my shots on him, I'd maybe go on the line, in front of the line, far in front of the line, come in, you know, I would just kind of, you know, do something like that and make the spread. Look at, he missed all those torpedoes. Yeah, torp build did nothing in the situation, that's right.
Our victory is in sight.
Well, mech is all that's left. Now, Rob said there was a death pick. There it is. All right, let's go take a look. Actually, it might be kind of fun.
Oh my god, they killed Rob.
Oh my god, they killed Rob. Where's your shells? There we go. Might be kind of fun to try to watch it from the perspective of the shells. Your final defiant salvo. Right? Unfortunately, the shells don't render very closely, but there you go. That'll be your death pick, Rob. That'll be your death pick. Died trying to use the guns. Whee! But look at that arc. You did start a fire, and nope, denied. At least you're right. Good game. That's nice of you. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. So a little bit over 100,000 damage isn't bad. Isn't bad. He did get an efficiency badge for that game. But as you can see, nowhere near the top of the scoreboard. Yeah, Mecklenburg is probably the worst of the ships. I mean, all of those battleships were nasty, right, Pock? But Mecklenburg is a special kind of nasty with how many guns it has. So, you know, given the circumstances, Rob was able to make it work out in his favor. But, Rob, if you're listening still, I think what you need to do is change your mindset with the ship. Either you change your mindset or you change your build. If you want to keep the mindset the same, then you want a gun build. And if you want to keep the build, and then you have to change how you play the boat. Put the replay render on.
Yeah.
Voldup is on pretty much Toshkan Adriatico is fast fighting button. Regular hull, yeah. Go ahead, Rob, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is like my first or second match, and so there will definitely be some major changes happening as I learn the game, the ship a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
I
the
mean,
main thing was just trying to figure out, you know, how do I play this game? Which build works for me?
mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a brand new ship, and I get it. Over time, I think you'll get better at that. And that's right, as I say, it was a steamroll. I don't know to what extent Rob played a pivotal role in that steamroll. I really do wish you had gone down that 9-10 line early and just kept going, because together you and the Holland can get behind everything, and then you can just torp like crazy. But instead you chose to play a gunboat, which is fine, but your build is contrary to that playstyle, so.
Yeah. Well, my phone's about to die, so I might need to help out.
That's fine. If you have any final questions, feel free to ask.
Well, nothing that comes to mind.
Okay. All right. If that changes, you can
What's
talk later. And chat, as we have the replay going, if you have any ideas for a title, for this replay, then feel free to share. I'm thinking wrong build. I think wrong build wouldn't be a good title for this one. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Getting stuck behind the island below D was kind of a GG moment. Yeah. Well, I mean, he lived longer than I expected him to. But, yeah. And I agree. SAT, a bit of a misplay. I get the feeling Rob isn't comfortable playing in open water as a cruiser player. We've seen that before. We've done his replays with like the Drake and other ships, you know, about kiting away and how to kite away and stuff, right? So all of that stuff is important, of course. Trying to decide what I want to burn coal on. Thinking Keck Sarge, but you were cruddy with carriers, and now you're looking at Trump or Bazan. Nothing's wrong with Keck Sarge or Trump. I'd probably go with one of those two
I
first,
accidentally
Chaser.
bought the wrong ship, and now I'm trying to get it refunded with the support.
Uh-oh. Good luck.
Yeah, it's because I spent a coupon and I could have used the coupon to get a steel ship instead.
Ah. Ouch. That's extra
And then I
hard.
would have still had enough coal left over to get the Moskva.
Gotcha. All right, so I think we're gonna just leave it at wrong build. Confused in the Brisbane, insane in the Brisbane. Ooh, I kind of like that one, Zombie. Rob, if you're still listening, which one do you like? Do you like wrong build or insane in the Brisbane? Thank you, Zombie. In the meantime, Rob, thank you for your support and for sending that replay in. Fun to look at. That was his sub replay, so appreciate you supporting me over on Twitch, Rob. And with that, we're going to go to the Be Right Back screen. And it looks to me like the giveaway did not run. So I want to figure out something here. Does this work? This is working. So why did my giveaway fail? Why did the giveaway fail? I have not changed anything with my code whatsoever. I'm going to try to manually yeet out a code.
I confirm that I...
It's not posting. Because Brody did die. Congratulations, Brody. I think the problem is it's not posting.
my opinion in
Now this tells me that the code is failing. It probably doesn't have access to Twitch right now. So let me take a look at Twitch account. Let me try turning StreamerBot off and back on again.
stuck against the island, so yeah, I can see that. Well, did it get stuck or was the food order delayed?
Honestly, you have some resentment towards Wargaming with 3 or 4 of your buys. Didn't even use the ships in a match. Then submitted a ticket to get refund and nothing. Yeah, that's kind of frustrating because if you haven't played the ship, you should be able to get it back, right? Okay, now it's posted that it started. Let's find out. Let's see if this works.
They didn't win the game, Zaf. Unbelievable.
It's not yeeting.
BN clawed all the way back into that
What the hell?
Zaf. All they had to do was stop.
What is going on?
And they threw it away. They threw it away.
Yeah, so StreamerBot is loaded, and so is SpeakerBot. Give me a moment. Let me troubleshoot this, guys. Let me try to figure this out. I think I might need to just log out of Twitch and back into Twitch on StreamerBot. I'm gonna run a commercial break while I'm doing that because not much to do otherwise. And I'll get words going for you guys. Pisha Bra 29 centimeter in a Vermont, and Toji Fushiguro in a defense. So there's your 3 tier 9.
Come towards me, I can provide smoke.
No, I respect a 1v1.
Oh, look
Nice,
at it!
John.
Oh, That'll be the moment.
I was the torpedo here.
He's trying to win. He's trying to trade with that's a terrible trade for those guys. Opus now upside down 2 ships.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Watered with the massive south of Moskva.
Wow.
He's back up.
Green ship.
And now the Des Moines probably going to go down here too. Matt finally.
They have no way to.
Meanwhile, John the Ruthless with AP. Go for it, NBA. So now StreamerBot is telling me that it's already running. Nope, here we go. Now it's loading. Okay.
Load the AP quickly, boys. Load the AP.
John the Ruthless takes him down before he can get the ram off. That's a huge kill.
What an engagement. Look at that.
And Formacing's like, yeah, yep. Watch this. I got my electric razor. Like I remember that one. It's not working. Well, Puerto Rico does not have that exposed. Okay, now it says StreamerBot started. Let me go back to platforms, Twitch accounts. Okay, chat. Everything is connected now. There we go.
10.9. Just inside that number, they're gonna lose Elgar right here. He's never gonna get to his next heal.
Okay, perfect, guys. I think we're good now.
20 seconds, a single shell.
I think we're good. I need to turn the AC down. It's getting warm in this room again.
Are you kidding me? You kidding me? He's not dark.
It says it's 74 in here, but I don't believe it.
I'm doing myself.
We'll see what happens.
Skycatcher's like, fine, you losers can't handle it, I'll take care of it. Well, but here's the thing. If they had let him live 3 more seconds, he gets to another heal.
Yes, right.
And at that point, it becomes more challenging.
So Chaser, and by the way, who's here that who needs to go soon? Is Andrew here? And does Andrew need to go soon? Because I think Andrew's in Europe, right? We've got Andrew, we've got M-Note, NBA, and then Who Jam. Instead, the lightning just came out in the middle and said, hey, here I am.
I'm not just here. I'm in your voice comm stealing your cruisers.
Yeah. Oh, you're on the East Coast. Okay. Does all right. Well, we can do your game next, M-Note, then, since you're already in here. That's fine. And that's the Tulsa game. Okay, so I'll load that up. Guys, I got it fixed. We should have a giveaway going on now. We're testing it out. It's for blue bonuses. So make sure you're following the channel and just type something in chat, okay? And we'll get you, hopefully that giveaway will work properly. This time the code executed properly. You just finished a late lunch. Fair enough. What was for lunch? Admiral Kutuzov, Tulsa. In the Stalingrad, taking out Boy No Right Salem. Very, very nice shot there. And that's... Oh, here's the part where Rob keeps dying. Non-stop death. Again and again and again. Oh my god, they killed Rob. Oh my god, they killed Rob.
This has to be a clip. This has to be a clip. That's a clip.
Love it. I'm really glad I fixed that clip thing, because now we get to see some of our best clips and stuff. That's really good. All right, M-Note, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Alrighty then. So this is M-Note in the Tulsa, which is the Tier 9 cruiser for the United States. It's basically kind of like a Des Moines Light, because this ship has dual instead of triple 203mm turrets, and I believe it's got a similar reload to that of the Des Moines. The big thing about her is she's got radar, although only at 9 kilometer instead of Des Moines 10. Hey, Bonnie over on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. She's kind of in a weird position, because you can play her just like a Des Moines, but you don't get the exact same results as you would in Des Moines. Now, Wargaming has recently buffed her by giving her destroyer dispersion. What that means is, against subs and destroyers at close range, her guns are very accurate. So that's kind of nice. She's a good boat. I just don't know that I'd pick her right off the bat. Note, how do you feel about Tulsa?
Oh, I really like this ship. I like it quite a bit.
Okay.
I liked it before the dispersion improvement, and I like it even more after.
Well, of course, yeah, because it's a buff.
Question.
Yeah?
I have her, but I forget. Does she have Des Moines guns and Des Moines reload or 305s?
They're Des Moines guns.
Yeah, it's Des Moines guns.
Yeah.
Okay, so
as
Des
far
Moines
as reload, you'd have to check and see. I'm not. It's 5.8 seconds, but that's with the range upgrade. So I couldn't tell you off the top of my head if it's Des Moines or not. Is this for steel? I think so.
It's coal.
Is it coal? Okay, it's coal then.
Yes.
Never mind. Right, Chaser. Yeah, so it's 2 barrels per turret instead of 3 like the Des Moines does. That's why I called it a Des Moines Light. Cool. Got it. Okay.
With the reload time, it's 5.1.
It's what?
5.1 with the reload mod.
Okay. And it's 5.1 with the reload on Tulsa. So it's Des Moines reload. There you go.
No, I was saying that for Tulsa.
You what?
I was saying that on Tulsa with the reload mod, it's 5.1.
Yeah. I don't remember what Des Moines reload is off the top of my head. But I feel like it would be
slightly
faster.
slow, or I think it's slightly faster. I think Tulsa has like 0.3 seconds slower reload, if I remember right.
Okay. And that's true, Hujam. It doesn't have the same armor profile of Des Moines or Buffalo. She's not as tanky. So let's get into the build then. You've gone with main armaments mod 1, engine room protection, aiming systems, of course, propulsion, concealment, and range. DM is 4.8. Okay,
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep, rage I think is going to be the kind of eyebrow raiser here.
Okay. CJC, thank you for the follow. So yeah, so range for Tulsa is okay. Range for Des Moines is also okay, because if you're good at sitting behind islands, ironically what we just saw Rob doing, right? The range module makes it easier to do that, essentially, because it allows your guns to fire farther out. And I'm guessing that's the reason why you did this?
No, not entirely. So the reason why I did this, I don't run range mod on Des Moines. I mean, well, I run unique upgrade on Des Moines, but on Salem, I run reload mod. The reason I run range mod here is because the range without range mod, it doesn't even get out to 15 kilometers. With Des Moines and Salem, it does. And not even having 50 kilometers of range at tier 9 is suffering.
Okay. So you feel you need the extra range so that you can hit targets, especially battleships and stuff like that more. Okay.
Especially considering, like, as you said, the armor profile isn't as good as Des Moines, so it's harder to be as close in as a Des Moines.
Okay. So you want an engagement range from farther away, basically. So you want to be able to disengage, have more time to dodge shells, stuff like that. In addition, of course, to being behind the island and stuff. So, okay.
Yeah. The issue with the guns, like why I don't take range mod on the others, is because the shells are really floaty. It's hard to hit at long range.
Yes. And plus, we already talked about the armor profile of Des Moines and Salem. Plus, Salem's got the super heal. So, I mean, there's parts of it as well. Okay. And then propulsion. If you're good at kiting away and stuff like that, then propulsion is probably a good choice. What's your maneuverability? You're at 10.45 seconds rudder shift time. So you're kind of at that, you know, where it would be nice to have that, and then, you know, not at the same time. You follow. Oh, cool. Thank you very much. Welcome. Aiming system makes sense. And then here now, you didn't go for the radar mod. Obviously that would help, right? Because if you spot something on your radar, then that lasts longer. But I get it if you're trying to conserve coal. You know, makes sense.
Yeah, because, you know, especially now with these changes going through, I want to get ships more than I want to get modules
Yep.
right now.
Yep. I get it. I completely get it. And then, as people noted, I saw somebody mention earlier, Tulsa will be cheaper when Wargaming makes the changes because it's a tier 9. Okay. Fair. So, you know, I understand this. One thing to consider, I mean, I know concealment is really good, 9.5 kilometer. If you find that you need to dodge a little bit better, you could always go for steering gears. That does bring your detection up to 10.5, but that also brings your rudder shift time down quite a bit, 6.27. So it makes it more responsive. And combined with propulsion module, if you play the ship open water, I think you would appreciate that buff. But if you're playing it, you know, your traditional kind of island camping stuff, then concealment's probably where you'd go.
In this particular replay, I think rudder shift actually probably would have been a better choice, but
okay,
that's kind of an exception.
Okay. Never mind on Des Moines. Okay. Des Moines' unique upgrade is a little bit different. We'll talk about that later, though. So you've got Halsey. Halsey, of course, has talents. So Confederate gets you main battery reload buff. If you get a double strike, then your concealment increases. But the big thing is the Confederate. That's a hard... there we go. That's a hard... I'm trying to think of what to say, but that, I mean, that's a hard condition to proc, right? Because you have to get a Confederate achievement. He does have buffed skills, though, so you went with the buff gun feeder and the buff grease the gears, and then priority target, superintendent, survivability expert, concealment expert, and then finally adrenaline rush. Okay. Does this ship need the buffed grease the gears? 25 seconds?
It does. Yeah, 25 seconds, and that's with the buff.
Yeah. Okay. I would say definitely if you're going for the main battery mod, because that debuffs your turret traverse by a good amount. But, okay. Yeah, if something surprises you up close, you radar, and there's something nearby, you know, that's important. Now,
the other thing, too, is that Halsey is my Des Moines captain, so he also goes on Salem, also goes on Alaska and Puerto Rico, because the same build kind of works for all these ships.
Sure. Where are you going to finish this build off? What's your final 4 points?
Final 4 points is going to be top grade gunner. And I know what you're going to say. I know you're going to say RPF is an option. And it is an option. The reason why I would go top grade more so, not for Tulsa necessarily, but like I said, this is also the ship that I would play for Alaska, Puerto Rico, and those ships could really use the improvements that top grade gunner brings.
And that's one of the difficulties when you're sharing a captain amongst many different builds, is you have to make some sacrifices to make a more generalist build. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know, and if he's your Halsey captain, then absolutely you'd want to work on that sort of thing. What was that ninja drop? Sarah, congratulations. You just got yourself a blue bonuses code from hanging out in chat. Just had to stay active in chat. That's how we do our giveaways. Very simple over here. A lot easier than typing in specific words and stuff. Or, as you said, playing marbles. Flag-wise, you've gone for ship HP, fire reduction, fire chance, heal boosting, speed, consumable reload, anti-air, hydro uptime. Okay. Fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. Let's get to your replay, shall we?
Okay, so a couple things about this replay. I think I do fairly well at this. However, there is a death pick.
Yay!
And I do kind of want, you know, could I have played it better, survived a bit longer, done a little bit more? But the other thing, too, is that I want to also highlight is that the play that occurs, like the entire game that occurs after my death is also, I think, interesting and instructive to watch, even though I'm no longer involved in it. So I think that watching the full replay is a good idea.
Okay. Sounds good. I mean, we're going to watch the full replay regardless.
I know sometimes you like to skip through like the last parts afterwards, but
yeah, only if we get in a situation where there's really, I get a feeling like there's going to be nothing for a long time. But Patrick X, say thank you for your sub. That's 13 months of support. And there's a shout out for Panzerkex as well. Did my bot type something? 13 months of subscription. You've unlocked a new highest level for Lord Zath. Your support is legendary, Captain. Brand new to Twitch. Not sure how the support options work. What do you mean by support options, CJC? For Twitch, it's just being able... Whoa! Golden Kappa train! Holy shnikes, guys! So what that entails is just being active in chat and being oh my god. I'm gonna pause the replay for a second. Sorry, Mnote. If this is because I don't want to do two things at once. And it's easier just to focus on what's going on right now. Guys, this is a special type of hype train. This is a special kind of hype train. This is called the Golden Kappa train. This is ridiculous. Let me I'm gonna ping out on Discord so people can see that we got a special train going. So this is a special kind of hype train. Okay, when we have a special hype train like this, and thank you so much, Blue Falcon, for cheering to get us this thing. But my understanding is, as you progress up the train, anybody who supports the Golden Kappa train unlocks a special emote, which is the Golden Kappa emote. It's a really cool emote. That you can only get in that fashion. So if you want to support me during this hype train, you can choose to subscribe. You can choose to gift subscriptions to others. Answer. Yes, here comes the Pornhub part, right? You can cheer bits. All those things go towards pushing the hype train up. If we get to level 7 hype train, we'll yeet out some extra codes to chat. I'm not gonna even ask my wife to stream longer because she grudgingly gave me permission to stream tomorrow morning for EU King of the Sea Trident Trials. So I'm not going to even broach that subject with her because I also have to do setup tonight for COTS, okay? But we will absolutely eat out some codes and we'll go have some special dirty water as a way to celebrate. And that's right, more Stevie. So when we get gift subs that come through, we have the Stevie slideshow like that one right there. That was Stevie's tassel chilling right there. And I apologize, I'm a little delayed now in talking about everything, but there's just so much going on. Panzer gifting tier 1 subs. Thank you, Panzer Kex. That's really nice of you, dude. Oh, look at Stevie from my apartment. Wow. So I've got two different types of alerts that popped up. Okay, that's the reason why you're seeing the Stevie with money picture right there, and then pictures from his life. I think I need to make the other one bigger. I think I'm gonna make this one bigger. We should make this bigger, right? We want to see Stevie. Those of you guys who have no idea who Stevie is, he was the biggest part of my life for 19 and a half years. 19 and a half years. And then we had to put him to sleep coming up on 2 years ago. But he was a great member of our community, of course. Oh, and I gotta fix, what the heck happened over here? I gotta fix on vertical. The Twitch alerts thing on vertical got all screwed up. So give me a moment to fix that, guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why the vertical got all messed up, but it did, so it is what it is. I'll put something like that. There's Stevie. Look at Stevie laying down on the money. Can you hear the crunching? The crunching of the money? Poor guy had no idea what to do with the money, and he's like, fine, I guess I'll just lay here then. Goodness. And then there's Stevie. You know what I should do? Maybe I should do this. Maybe we should move this to like elsewhere so you guys can see both. I think that works, right? I think that works. Okay, so we're at 0, but we just got to level 5 of the Kappa train. I apologize, I haven't been talking too much about. He's such a cute. He was a great cat. He's a great cat. The best part was afterwards. My wife wanted the money back because I raided her wallet and my wallet for the money. So she starts pulling the money off from underneath Stevie's belly. God, it was hilarious. Wow. Okay. CJC, you're new to Twitch and you've already cheered. Look at you. Let's see. So I gotta read out what's been going on. NBA gifting a sub. That's 14 that you've gifted out. Thank you, NBA. Making sure everyone gets to enjoy the ad-free dirty water sipping good times. Legend status confirmed. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So the bot did do the hype it up thing. Good, good, good. I did want it to do that, although I think I need to change it so that it puts it in chat. Let's see. That's under actions and that's under hype. Yes, and then here we're gonna say not send using the bot account. It'll send using broadcaster. Okay. SS is under treasury. What do you mean by that? Where are we at now? So then CJC. Oh, CJC. Wait, you just joined Twitch and now you've subbed for 6 months in advance, dude. That's amazing. Thank you so much, CJ. A sub to help you learn the ropes on Twitch and World of Warships. That's a double whammy. Thanks for fueling the hype train, seriously. And then Panzerkex gifted 10 subs just now. 10 subs. Thank you, Panzerkex. I need to tweet this out as well. I need to tweet this out. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. I've only seen a Golden Kappa train one time before this, and that was actually on my rerun channel, which was hilarious if you think about that. But thank you so much for the gifted subs, Panzerkex. Where are... Oh my god, Chaos Machine just subbed? Lol. And then you also gifted... Let's see, so where is it? Just dropped 10 more gifted subs, making it 20 total. That's the familiar sound of pure generosity making waves. So set up the AC unit in the other room. It's already cooling off the entirety... Congratulations, Big O. The Money Cat. Oh, Blue Falcon. Okay, so that's why you guys saw the video, was Blue Falcon cheered an additional 1,000 bits. Thank you for that, Blue Falcon. Holy smokes, Blue Falcon just dropped 1,000 bits. Stevie the Money Cat is doing a happy dance for fuel. Thanks for fueling all these epic replays. Yes, and then that's right, that's right. Anytime we have stuff like that, we get the 510mm guns, the big Shikishima guns. Let's go. The rotten things you did to that cat. I didn't... Hey. And then there's the 100 bits from CJ as well, who not just subbed for 6 months in advance, but also cheered 100 bits. Thank you so much for doing that, CJ. Building up your WoW's wisdom 1 bit at a time. Perfect. Lord Zath, you can't print your own money. Ice will come then. That's right, that's right. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Unfortunate name. SS is kind of a sketchy a while back. Oh, I guess that is true, Sarakin, but you know, we don't make judgment calls like that over here, okay, guys? I think they got religion reinforcement seems consistent. Don't know what that means, but anyway, guys, we got to level 5. Thank you guys all for your support and your help with that. Blue Falcon with the cheer to get us started. You should get the train conductor. What? What? Panzerkex gifting 20 subs. Holy Nikes, guys. Panzer. Yeah, fireworks indeed. Now, just like literally in the final seconds, Panzer's like, nope, we're pushing on, we're pushing on. Zal's gonna go get some dirty water. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Panzer, for another 20. That's like, oh my god, so amazing. And we got our goal, our sub goal out of that. So now we're gonna see more of the Stevie slideshow, guys. Now we're gonna see more of the Stevie slideshow. Oh, Sarakin gifting subs too. Oh, the fun we've had. It's true. Ships and subs, all of you. For more grand adventures, don't delay. Go to the rerun chat. I see. Panzerkex just dropped 20 more gifted subs, making it 40 total. Yeah, Panzer just doubled. Holy shit. If you think about it, Panzerkex quadrupled, right? It's a 400% increase in his gifted subs. Your improving subs are definitely better than CVs with that salvo of support. Rez, 250 bits as well. Thank you. Thank you. We're almost done with level 8 now. Jesus. All right, we're gonna get a giveaway going right now. We're gonna yeet out a giveaway right now. What happened? Says Sarakin. Sarakin, you happened, and so many others here, just sharing support, man. And this is great. This is what makes Twitch so fun. This is what makes me enjoy being a Twitch streamer, and this is why I always say I need to stream, and I always stream as much as I can. How high does it go? There's no limit. You like the boom. This is the original sound effect of the Shikishima. This is the original sound effect of the Shikishima. I think the highest that we've ever gone before in a hype train, a hype train was like level 16, 17, something like that. I don't recall. But guys, we don't have to do. But Rez, I love it. Rez cheers 250 bits and follows. Rez, thank you for the follow and welcome aboard. That's amazing. You realize you don't have a sub? I mean, you know, what would have happened if DJ came in and carpet bombed me? I don't know. We haven't seen DJ in a while. Xanda, I hope DJ is doing fine. I've been following him on Twitter, and he does still post about, you know, his chapters being written and stuff. He's an author, so that's cool. Lucky number 7. Yeah, seriously. Replays are always better with dirty water. I've tried to stay away from dirty water when I do replays. But we're going to make an exception for that today, I think. Notes, thank you for your patience, man. I'm so sorry to make you wait like this.
It's fine. It's Twitch stuff. This is part of your livelihood.
It really is. It really is. Sarakin, for the hype train. There we go. It's like for the watch. Sarakin, you just asked, holy, what happened? Well, you happened. 10 more gifted subs making waves. Hype Train just got a torpedo boost. And more Stevie, says NBA. That's right. That's right. Almost level 7. Get Zath more dirty water. World Scorpio, thank you for being here. And then there's the 250 bits. We got the dirty water song coming out. Let's go. Let's go. 250 bits to get that high train chugging. Looks like someone's ready for some dirty water toast. Damn right. Damn right. So we got the giveaway going, guys. Don't forget to get into that. And then Sarakin gifted another 10 gifted subs. I didn't realize that was 2 times you gifted those subs. Look at that. Look at that. Just dropped 10 more gifted subs, hitting 20 total. There's Stevie in my apartment. Look at him. Guess suffering isn't half the game when you're this generous, right? Whoa, says Profile. Indeed, indeed. Whoa. How you doing, Profile? Happy Friday. And Duckman says, this is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. How high does it go? We answered that a moment ago. You like the boom? The booms are great. Xanda gifted a tier 1. Xanda is paying forward the gift they got from Cobra over to Sarakin. Cobra, if you're still here, I forgot to answer your question about the about no after party tomorrow. Remind me about that. So our hype train is currently halfway to level 10. It's awesome, you guys. If you got hit by the Twitch RNG, congrats to the sub. That's right, Panzerkex. That's really nice of you. Thank you again, man. Thank you again. A friend of yours hit level 21 once on a golden train. 21! Holy crap. Xanda just dropped their 11th sub. They are the only carpet bombs we need around here. Level 21. That's amazing. Definitely interested in how to assess map positions as the match starts. Yeah, you're going to have to hold that thought. Yes, you were gifted a sub, Sarakin. I love it. You gifted out 20, and then you didn't even sub yourself. That's hilarious. I think that might be why he avoids it during replays. Avoid what during replays, Duckman? Love the subs. Yeah, no, I mean, you guys, this is the beginning of June. This is the beginning of the month, and you guys are making the month start off so strong already. I can't thank you guys enough. I legit can't thank you guys enough. This is the booze. Oh yeah. This is awesome. This is awesome. It's been a while since I've gotten like like pissed drunk on stream, and I really try not to let that happen anymore. And SAT just gave out 8 subs to keep the hype train going. You are welcome to Jesus. SAT, were you doing math to figure that out? Were you doing math to figure out it was going to be 8? Is that why you did 8 there? Thank you so much, SAT. SAT was incredibly generous, helping me out earlier when I had to do my my last minute flight to Phoenix for my dad. SAT was one of the fine people that that just gave me some money as a gift, and that was so nice of you, SAT. That was so nice of you. It says 3.7K or 8 subs. Oh, it tells you. I didn't know that. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Your SAT score with 8 more gifted subs, you're boosting the hype train to a perfect 9. That's an A+ in generosity. Today we celebrate the Swedish... Oh, really? Huh. Lord's that drunk? This is not drunk. No. Years ago, Sarakin, I used to do my entire stream with dirty water, and people loved it because they just watched me get worse and worse and worse. Finally, I had to stop because I'm like, this is too much for my liver, you know? But Jesus. All right, we're at level 10 now. Cheers. So we had a collar for him with a little bell, and then we removed the bell because it was like the paint was rubbing off on his fur, and I didn't like that. But he had a bell, and so did his first girlfriend Zelda. She had a red collar with a bell on it. That's why you have such loyal followers. Why? Because I got drunk. Remember how drunk you were when you see that? Oh my god. That's one of the clips that'll pop up from time to time, Pac. I remember, I don't remember how drunk I was, but when I see the clip, I remember the moment. And the funny thing about that was I tried to finish off the stream and I couldn't even finish it properly. Now you go run in the weather. Enjoy your run, SAT, and we saw Inside the Lord. Seriously, it was wild. There's Gamer Cat, there's Stevie with my headphones. But it was like he it was like I was so gone, right? And I could barely even speak when I was like trying to raid out in the stream at the end. And then my wife says she came to check in on me. I had the door shut and everything, and even then I was loud as all hell. And she said she opened the door and she actually hit my head. I was like passed out on the floor. And she hit my head with the door. And here's the funny thing about all of that, Pac. I don't know if I ever told you the story, if you heard the story. But after that was all done, that was on Veterans Day on a Friday. I got up, I had dinner, I came back upstairs and got on Discord, and I convinced somebody to sign up for Stack Up because that was my job at the time. So I actually did work, and I got somebody to sign up while I was like blitzed drunk. And like my fellow coworkers at Stack Up were like, Zath, you are a legend because you are working drunk and getting things done. Yeah. Oh my god, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. I gotta check in on that guy too from now and then, every now and then, and see how he's doing. I remember his face. I don't remember exact his channel exactly, but he was one of the nicest guys, and he has like this amazing cult-like following on Twitch. Really nice guy though. Really nice guy. Sometimes you need to be drunk playing WoWs. Absolutely, yes. However, I was playing ranked, and I got drunk, and I got a little nasty, and you know, I don't like that I did, and that's a big part of the reason why I stopped, because I was worried I was going to lose people by doing that. And nor is that me, you know, as a person. So, yeah. And NBA, there's your sub. 15th gifted sub made Stevie the Money Cat's vault overflow. That's serious gold for the fleet. Swedish Constitution Day today. Okay, nice. Sputnik jumping in here with 20 bits. How's it going, Sputnik? Stevie is so cute in his little blue collar. Right. Okay, I think I'm catching up now with chat. I think I'm catching up. Nasty? It just sounds like ranked. Yeah, but you know, I really make a concerted effort to not be a jerk, Sarakin. I make a concerted effort to not be a jerk, to not be mean, and to not, you know, whatever. So that's really important to me. Profile, congratulations on the win. And we just got ourselves some special emotes. There's the golden kappa. If you've got a golden kappa, go ahead and share it with you guys if you want. You can be a jerk for me. Yeah, I know. Automod held... Oh. Automod held it because he said ho, Sputnik. How everybody is... Hope everybody's having a good day. Yeah, we're having a great day, Sputnik. We're having a great day. Look at the golden kappas. Let's go. Now, you guys get that, I think, for a month? A year? 6 months? I don't remember the exact duration. But you do get that. So there's that. M-Note, question for you, sir. Are you okay if I got the dirty water right now so we can celebrate? Or do you want me to finish your replay first? It's up to you.
It's up to you.
It's your replay, and you've been waiting for like a half hour now. So it's up to you.
Honestly, go ahead.
Go ahead with what?
Go ahead doing with the whole drinking thing. Not like that's
okay.
fine. Like we're here to celebrate.
Okay. Then let's go and do the celebration then. I will be right back. Then I'm gonna go get some dirty water. If any of you guys want to grab dirty water yourselves, go for it.
Oh, look at this, Mafia.
Look at the Shimakaze coming in to save his team.
Oh, hero play right there.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Look at that.
Brilliant play. That's a clip moment.
Well done.
I like the teamwork. I really like that teamwork.
Yeah, that was well done. I gotta say, Zaf, I really...
On Flibby's Lenin, he takes 3 of them, despite having that torpedo warning system. Ouch. And there goes the engineer. In the middle of the map with that ship. Showing broadside. Ouch. Warspite does go...
If you made me go back and pick an MVP, it would probably be Shrimp Dance. The fact that he sat there nose to nose with a Columbo and pulled off a victory, wild to me. Absolutely wild.
It was a Columbo and a San Martin.
And the San Martin, yeah, for sure. Ooh, big hit on the Petro there from Dark One. Fungus is like, yeah, well, I can do that too. Here, have one of these.
Montana shells are coming up though, and Blueberry is getting into secondary range as Conga line torpedoes. Oh, on Vrachi. Oh, our first clip moment of the day. Somebody take a moment and clip that beautiful, daring Conga line torpedoes. When you're done observing the names, come down to A for a sec, because you're about to see something amazing happen.
A Z-52 take a torpedo?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. Look at the Salem.
Shimakaze?
Yes.
Whoa, what is happening
Hello.
Here?
I told Chad I wouldn't.
What is happening here? How was this allowed to happen?
Neither side expected
Okay.
this to happen. Now the question is, what's
We are back, everybody.
I think he just dumped all of his torps.
He's just gonna go for the ram.
Yep, he's gonna
just
go
going
straight at...
Okay.
That's the best thing he could do.
So, I'll share with you guys what we got here. Woodford Reserve Special Kentucky Derby 151 edition. There we go. Hey, Panoramics, how's it going? We just had a level 10 golden Kappa train. I'm sure it don't taste as tea. No, it does not. So, here we go. I don't know if you guys are going to hear the pop or not. Yeah, it is pretty good. It is pretty good. When we get pipe trains like this, we always celebrate with special dirty water. Okay? We always celebrate with special dirty water. Uh-oh. The paint on the sub icon is starting to go on one of these whiskey cubes. That's unfortunate, but I do have like 6 cubes in the box that are still doing well. It does look like tea. It does look like tea. That's just up the road from you. Really nice. Their bourbon balls are to die for. I've never had a bourbon ball. That sounds yummy. So, chat, cheers, everybody. Here's the whiskey cubes. gift from Wargaming to the CCs from Christmas time. You can see they have all the different classes of ships and stuff like that in World of Warships. So, if you would like to raise a glass and join me, more than welcome to do so. If you type !point cheers, I think we'll get some icons spamming some. I don't know if that'll work or not. Actually, it might. Hold on. I might need to fix that. Is that working? Huh, whatever. There you go, guys. Let me try turning it off and back on again, and then maybe then it'll start like spamming the emotes. Okay, those are working. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm curious what a bourbon. There we go. There's all of them. Go ahead and do that again, guys. Type !boy cheers. And if you want to tell us what you're celebrating in chat, go for it. Cheers, everyone. Yum, 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 yum. I love these new emotes. I love these new dirty water emotes. I can't believe I took so long to put these together. I can't believe it. But anyway, y'all, we're gonna go back to the replay. Cobra, real quick though. The reason why there's most likely gonna be no after party tomorrow is I'm gonna be doing EU, which starts at 8 a.m. my time, Central Chicago, 8 a.m. until 1 p.m. And then from 1 p.m. until 6 p.m. is going to be the North American, tournament. So there just won't be any time to do an after party because, quite frankly, I'm probably going to be pretty damn tired. It means I'm probably not going to get any, probably not going to have any dirty water either. So, is that a TOS term? Well, I mean, yeah. This is something that we've done for a long time, Saracen. We just talked about you know, finding a way to call it. I used to put my whiskey in this mug, and I did that because at the time I was still a teacher, and it was very important for me to not be promoting, you know, alcohol consumption by too much. So that's why I just called it dirty water. We kept it in there. Am I doing COTS with Sea Raptor? No, he didn't ask me. I also didn't ask him. I probably could have, but I just got the feeling like he's really not interested in that kind of stuff anymore. I don't know. I hope I didn't offend him by not asking him. You know what I mean? Like, you know, obviously I wouldn't want to do that. But he's only ever really been interested in casting like the big name tournaments, like King of the Sea, the full King of the Sea, not what we're doing this weekend, right? Or Warship Masters, and then a couple other small ones like Verizon Warriors series, which he and I did. I miss casting with him, but at the same time, like, you know, if he's got so much going on or something, then, you know, I get it. So. Anyways, so tomorrow's tournament it's a King of the Sea, but it's called the Trident Trials. You have teams of 6 people that are playing, and so it's not like a full King of the Sea. It's not like whatever. It's a tournament that they announced that they were going to do a long time ago. You know, kind of in line with the weekly tournaments thing that they do, but like nobody really understands what Wargaming's trying to get out of this. And as a matter of fact, they still haven't even posted, or have they? Let's see. They haven't even posted the streamer pack yet. So like, can't even do any setup yet. I don't even know what's gonna go on with that. Like, are we gonna do setup tomorrow night? Am I just gonna reuse the Enterprise eye crap? Like, you know. Like, So, that's why I told the wife, and I told all of you guys, we're not going to be extending the stream today because, frankly, after this is done, I need to go cook dinner for myself and my wife, and then I have to come back up here and do setup for tomorrow because I have no idea what the bloody hell we're doing, frankly. And I'll say it like this, Sanda. If C Raptor had agreed to do this with me, he might have actually just said, you know what? Screw it. I'm not done. I'm not doing it. What's for dinner? Spaghetti. We wanted to make something that was easy to reheat, easy to remake, and put all that together. CJC, you heard you mention bonus codes. There are bonus codes that yes, with garlic bread NBA. There are bonus codes that you can get if you win. My bot will whisper you a code and then you enter that in. If you play World of Warships, if you play with the Wargaming Center, WGC, I like cover, sup with you. Then you can activate a bonus code and then you can type it in right then and there. There are bonus codes given out during the course of streams as well. Like the official Wargaming streams as a special way of them saying thanks. And then we're supposed to get special codes this weekend. Hi, Ouija. We're supposed to get special codes this weekend as well. But we'll see what happens there. Anyway, I gotta get back to the replay analysis. Otherwise, we're not gonna get all 5 done in time. So, Note, thank you again for being so patient, man.
No problem. I'm just worried about how you're going to cut this up if this makes it to YouTube.
If it makes it to YouTube, it won't be a problem because all I have to do is I export to YouTube, and then I cut at the start, and then I cut at the end, and gone. It's really easy to cut this out if it makes it to YouTube. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put I'm gonna put like a quick reminder to cut the gap if this does work its way out. So we'll be fine. It'll be okay. Trust.
I thought you did the cutting on Twitch.
No. So Twitch has no easy way to cut stuff. You can highlight things where you just do the start time and the end time of the video, and that's it. Twitch doesn't allow you to cut anything in between. Just start and end time. So you do start and end time, and then you export it to YouTube. YouTube goes and processes it, and then you go into YouTube Studio and you edit the video, and then you can cut things out. It's one of the reasons why most of my content, I post raw. I don't cut stuff out in between because it's just too damn time consuming, right? I can either download it after I do the Twitch cutting and cut it locally and then upload it to YouTube, right after I render. That's what Raptor does for a lot of his videos. Or I can just put it over on YouTube and then cut it using YouTube's programming. But even then, it's just such a pain in the butt for most of the content. So like when I do tournament stuff now, what I do is like I'll do the beginning, like the first first bit of this stream, and then I'll go all the way to the end of either that match or like that day, or sometimes I'll split up into parts because I'm trying to get to like at least under an hour and a half. And then what I'll do is I'll put the timestamps in there as chapters so people can go all the way through the chapters and fast forward to what they need to see. But no, there's no easy way to cut otherwise, and it's a real pain for someone like me who's constantly putting out content. I just don't have time, and I feel bad about it because I'm sure there's people that aren't clicking my videos because they're so long, but at the same time I just don't have the time to pare that down. Hi Wolfie, I'm releasing content every day on YouTube, every day, and sometimes multiple pieces of content if you count clips like YouTube Shorts. I've got YouTube Shorts going every day until July, end of July, I think at this point. Thank you, NBA. That means a lot. It really does. And then I have regular videos, one video each day being released until, at this point, I'm a month ahead. I've got a video every day until a month from now, so July 6th or something like that. That's the real reason why I've been trying to drop what I put out there, because I just don't have time to do all of them, get them to YouTube, and then give them their day if that makes any sense. So, yeah. Anyway, Big O, did that answer your question? You good now?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Okay. Note, are you ready? Chat, are you guys ready to resume our replay analysis?
I'm ready.
Awesome. CJC had said, I'm interested in understanding the initial position, your choices where you're going and stuff. And I gotta say, I'm with you on that because I'm looking right now at where M-Note's going, and I'm not quite sure what M-Note is trying to accomplish. You're heading towards the island here. You've got 2 battleships behind you. I'm gonna just play the replay now. So I'm guessing you're gonna go and butt up to this island here.
Butt up to the island. So the idea is, you know, I could go to this island or the one on the opposite side of Sea Cap in about the same position. Reason I went here is because, well, I don't know how the battle's going to unfold, and I'd rather be close to the center if play moves over there than over far out on the flank.
Yeah. Okay. So this gives you a little bit more flexibility then with where you just, you know, decide to maneuver. That's fair. Plus, if you look at the minimap, both of your battleships are on that island. So if you were there too, that's 3 ships in that one spot. Like, come on. You know. So that's fair. Now, you're not opening up on the Sharn 43. Why are you not opening up on the Sharn?
Well, mostly because I'm unspotted and, you know, I kind of want to use my spotting a little bit to know if there's a DD relatively close to me that I can use my radar on.
Okay. Yeah, if you get spotted, now you don't have stealth radar because your concealment's 9.5. So you could be spotted, like the kid right there is right outside your concealment, and not within your radar. You're gonna open up here? I wouldn't open up there. I would have held.
Really?
Yeah. You're only gonna have the one shot, and that's it. Ironically enough, you did pause a fire, so you can get another shot on him. But most of the time, you're only gonna get the one shot, and I think it's far more valuable for the kid, especially, to not know that you exist in this position. And also, you've got North Carolina up there. I'd be very concerned about North Carolina smacking you through the bow. The kid is not a huge threat for the Ruprecht, right? It's a big threat for the Yukikaze, I suppose.
Kid or Ruprecht has Hydro. He's pretty safe. Plus, Kid only has the one torpedo launcher anyway.
Bingo. So that's another reason why I probably wouldn't have opened up, because I would expect the Ruprecht to be able to handle it. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But like, you know, if it was just the Alabama over there, then maybe I would have opened up. Or I would have held my shot and then tried to maneuver myself to be in a position to support. So instead, what I might have done is I might have gone up to the island south of sea here in the middle of the camp, and then focused on trying to kill the kid. You hope for a drunk sailing, not a replay. Serican, the core, the crux of this channel is replay analysis. So we look at players' games, and I give feedback and suggestions. It's not exactly perfect, but I am what's considered a super unicum in the game. I do have a 69% giggity win rate, so in random battles. So I do know my stuff, and my goal here is to help other people understand the game better. So what you're doing here is extremely dangerous. You've decided to come out.
Yes, it is.
And now you're open watering, and now you're broadsiding the North Carolina. Well, thank you, Leisha. I'm very concerned right here. I'm very concerned. Also, I'm not sure what you're trying to do with your guns. Where are you thinking you're going to shoot next?
Problem solved, sir.
But right now, I'm thinking, now I'm not going to be shooting. Because there were 3 things target. Well, so there was kind of that was a misplay.
Yes. Absolutely. But now that you shot, you might as well keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's where priority target comes in handy for you, right? 3 people are targeting me. I need to go dark. So I like the idea of going dark. It's just, I felt like I wasn't sure what your guns were gonna do. Now, you're shooting AP into the North Carolina, which is fine. Thank you, Wolfie. You could also choose HE to try to get him started on fires and stuff. You tend to drunk sail a lot. To be fair, you play better on NA than your native server. What's your native server, Surican?
So, yeah, here I switch right.
Yeah, because you see the kid. That's fair. I like it. On EU. Got it.
Torpedoes to port.
All right.
So my idea here is I'm going to stop shooting, go dark, and I'm going to try and push to see if I can get him in hydro range.
Okay. That's going to be tough because the kid last known is heading away from you. You are still detected. So even though you went dark... Aha, there he is. Okay. So... I would probably try to...
gets him.
Yeah. I would probably try to have him on the left side of me so that I can turn to the right and get my rear gun unmasked. Because where you're going to get stuck behind the island in a moment. Sailing with RE Marine Navy peeps, hella fun. Damn right.
So here I know, keep pushing. He's going to be in my Hydro Rage soon, and with my reload, I'm going to have 3 or 4 salvos on him.
Yeah, but your Hydro is about to expire.
Yeah, that's what I mean, with the remaining time.
Okay. I'm amazed the Sharnors 43 doesn't seem to care you exist. Nah, he's looking at the Bama. Okay. I mean, that's great for you. But wow. And this is true, Wolfie.
Yeah,
there are different styles.
I'm not able to make that play if he's looking at me.
Right, right. Absolutely. Also, we didn't talk about the Ukikaze torping out the North Carolina also being a very important thing for you.
So here is where I think I make another kind of mistake. My idea is to go in and use the kids' smoke to try and get a lot of damage in on this Los Andes.
I can understand that, but if you're going to do that, you shouldn't be opening up on the way to the smoke. More YOLO play on the NA, sure.
Yeah,
fortunately for you, Los Andes doesn't care.
Very aggressive in this particular battle.
Yeah. You're not shooting your rear gun. Shoot your rear gun. There you go. Okay. I like that you're using the dead Hulk to stop you. That's good. But the Los Andes has decided he wants you dead. So,
yes, and if not too very long, he's going to be inside my smoke firing penalty.
Right, 6.8 is your thing. Unga booga, sound strategy, right? You could radar right now to see the Los Andes. There you go. But I would actually be using HE instead of AP.
Even with the improved angles? Well, okay, I switch over there.
Yeah, to me it's more important to get him on a fire.
The ship is on fire.
Now that he's on fire in one place, I would walk the fire to try to get him on fire towards the bow. There you go. Now, here, I would go full speed forward. One, that gets you out from under the guns of the Sharn 43, who all of a sudden cares about you because he killed the Alabama.
Problem solved, sir.
Two, that gets you closer so that you might be able to start Citadel penning the Los Andes. Because he probably doesn't care much about you.
Ship is on fire.
He probably thinks this is an easy win for him. But I would be full bow in. He is kind of right. I would be full bow in on him. There you go. Yes, and the final torpedo might be a good option. That's right, Chaser, yes. Now, your aim, if you're going for Citadels, I would be aiming lower. I was
not going for Citadels because I did not think that I had the pin to get Citadels.
You might. I'm not sure. As you get really close to you, to your target, the pen really helps. Here, you should not be zoomed in. You should not be zoomed in there. And Los Andes just gets the easy kill, essentially. So, yeah, you kind of got yourself stuck in this position where
pretty
you just didn't care.
Pretty much as soon as I got spotted in the smoke, I knew I was going to go down, so I was trying to make the most of it from that point on.
Right. So, a difference that I would make for you, or suggest, is one, if you know your smoke fire penalty and you know, like, you're about to get spotted, that's when you stop shooting. And you wait for him to get even closer to you, right? Because as he gets even closer to you, he's got less ability to react. And then your goal should be to ram him. Your goal should be to smack him, to shove your bow right into him. And then you're going to do AP to him in the process while you go. You like the aggressive play and going out full tilt instead of catching COA later in the game. Changing COA. Course of action. Okay. Yes. So I think at the start of the onset, get him on a fire, get him in DCP that fire, and then get him on another fire. And while he DCPs, that's when you focus really on your AP, on getting your full pens into him. And then I would absolutely go for Citadels because you're at the range where you're not going to shatter on him. So you're either going to get full pens anyways, or you're going to get Citadels, which is like bonus damage if you think about it, right?
Right. And you know, Los Andes has a good heal, but he can't really heal a lot of Citadel damage.
Bingo. So even if you die, you do more sticky damage, if you will, which helps obviously your teammates with being able to make things work, right? So
right.
So you're dead. Now you're, you know, you're looking around and you're doing all this. Now I will mention, all of this started because you decided to move forward from your safe position, probably a little bit too darn early, right?
Yeah, probably.
And you didn't find another safe position. You saw the kid smoke as an opportunity, but you didn't really think about, well, what happens after the kid smoke, right? Like when it runs out.
Right.
Yukikaze kills the Eskimo. That's good.
I was not, for some reason, I was not expecting the Los Andes to charge me. I thought he was going to kite.
I would say if you had torpedoes, obviously ramming is a torpedo, but if you had the ability to torpedo off the side or something, then he probably would not charge you. But because you don't have torpedoes, he knows you're not a threat to him, right? I like the Yukikaze getting outside of the smoke, by the way. That's a smart decision by him.
Yes, well, Yukikaze, he's in rain.
Okay. So you recognize the clan and you figure that's a good player.
Yep.
Okay.
And also, based on the way that he continued to play this game, yeah.
Yes, he's demonstrated a really good knowledge of the game. There's the dev strike on the Los Andes. What a kill. Would Destroyer have stealth?
I do think that I contributed to that because I did a lot of damage to him, and I think that I did get him low enough for that dev strike to occur.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sarkin, hating on wargaming versus saying, hey, this is because I played WoWs, they're probably two different things. I mean, it's a free-to-play game, and if you approach it from that perspective, great. If you approach it from the perspective of, I'm going to spend 5,000 of my hard-earned cash on this game because I like it that much, you might have a different opinion. So they have 3 ships left, a cruiser that's all the way up north last time we've seen it, that Scharnhorst 43 is still alive, and in Nebraska. So you said don't fast forward this replay, right?
Right. This will turn out to be a relatively close game. Perhaps not on points, but on kills, kind of.
Okay.
Because
I mean,
they have...
Our victory
if you take a look at the health, they're Nebraska and Scharnhorst.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just from a health perspective, they have a lot more health than our team does.
Mm-hmm. So the biggest problem is that the Vlad turned away and ran. Like, there's no reason for him to do that. He gave up a lot of full pens to do it. And also your Yukikaze is deciding to get himself detected. I'm very curious about this.
I think what he was trying to do there was he saw that the torpedoes were going to miss. I think he was trying to bait the Nebraska into turning out.
Okay. Well, fair enough. And Andrew is exactly right, yes. Free-to-play are the most expensive games because they're free-to-play, and if you spend money, well, hey, you know, then they can be very expensive. But if you choose not to pay money, make that a goal, whatever, then there you go. Your Vlad is sailing broadside to both battleships. This is correct. If nobody spent the money, this game would be like World of Warplanes. I agree. Fortunately, there are people that support the game. But Sarah, you don't have to, you know? And hey, if you did spend money, you must like the game enough to do so. I always tell people you only spend money in a game if you like it to the point that you want to monetarily support it. And for some people...
Or if you just have obscene amounts of disposable wealth.
Sure, if you have disposable income, then there you go. But the big thing is, you need to... You probably have a server named after you. The big thing is, you should never spend beyond your means. And I think that's the hardest part. That's the part that frustrates me and a lot of the other CCs, is when Wargaming does things that we feel are predatory, you know, trying to take advantage of people that feel like they have to spend in order to get stuff, you know, the FOMO and all that.
I think, if I had to guess, I think the reason that Vladdy was running away is because he was low health and he had another heal, and he was trying to survive long enough to get to the heal. Although, him going broadside against 2 battleships, not really the best way to do that.
Right, if he just sat bow in, he would have taken a lot less damage. Now, looking at the scores... Okay, so you guys are up on points. It's the replay.
Yes, the scores are reversed.
Yeah. Spending is at the discretion of each player. Exactly. And I agree. There are definitely feelings of predatory... See, look, he's going broadside again. He's trying to get his 3rd turret off. And then Azuma appears.
Yep. Yeesh. The fabled 3rd ship that has been missing for about the last 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Don't know if the Warspite's good? She's great. Tier 6 battleship, British battleship, really tight turning radius, and her guns have really good pen because at her tier, they are amongst the highest caliber. And as Wolfie says, yes, a Warspite is better than none. True.
So, looking back on this battle, I was a lot more worried about the outcome of this battle while it was going on. Looking back on it, though, we pretty much had solid control over this last part of the battle, more than I thought that we did.
Yes. The key here is the Nebraska spotting the Jervis, and the Azuma and Nebraska together could get the kill. There was talk earlier about Keksarge. Jacer, I think it was you mentioning this. The big thing about Keksarge isn't so much the planes, it's the ability to spot a target, start your attack run, hit the FQ immediately, go back to your battleship, and shoot the thing you're spotting. That's the key. And that's something that very few other ships in the game can do, that the hybrids are able to make happen. So anyway, 102,000 damage and change. Not bad, not great. You came in towards the top of the scoreboard, 3rd place. No achievements for you other than the feeling of victory because you got a win. Yeah, I really think the big thing is, let's put the replay, I don't know there's much to talk about in the score here and the report. Actually, you know what? I'm curious. AP shells, see, take a look at all the damage you did to the Los Andes with your AP. So you were absolutely doing stuff to him. So good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just kind of curious about it. Okay. Let's put the replay render up. And if you guys have an idea for a video title, by all means, share it. The big thing for me is I feel like you didn't need to, you had an opportunity to come out earlier, which you didn't take, and then when you did choose to come out, you did so in front of like 3 battleships, which could have been disastrous for you. Was not.
Yeah, that could have been the end for me right there.
After the rework, yeah, well, who knows if what the rework is gonna mean, Serican? That's a good point. So I always tell people, when it comes to making your decisions about what kind of ships to buy through, resources or your own, cold hard cash, make decisions based off of what's going on with the game now, because you have no idea what's going on in the future unless it's been announced, like this is happening.
Yeah, this point right here where I just kind of turned broadside with 3 battleships on my flank.
Yeah.
I got away with one.
You did. Now, you also got yourself in a very strong position when you went and you killed the kid. So this is kind of like your other opportunity to not die, is if you would have just stayed there and backed around the island, right? If you were being focused.
Yeah.
I think the big key to that, though, was that the Scharnhorst lived. If the Bama was able to kill the Scharnhorst, you probably would have been fine. But Scharnhorst gets you pretty hard at least once here.
Yeah, he does. And the thing is that's actually with HE. Because, yeah, that's the shot right there.
What's interesting about this is you actually didn't take any artillery hits from the Scharnhorst 43. I'm looking at the detailed results now screen.
Really?
You took damage from, yeah, I know, I'm surprised too. You took damage from Los Andes, the kid, and North Carolina. So his shot on you completely whiffed.
Huh.
I know.
So it must have been the Los Andes that hit me.
Right. Right. Exactly. Very interesting. Yes, I have a replay render tool.
Los Andes has 15-inch guns, which can overmatch my mouse if I remember it.
I'd have to look at both of them and do the math. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Los Andes can overmatch your bow. Yeah, so what are we going to call for a title on this? I'm thinking
I do think it
eager.
should be something about aggression, because I was abnormally aggressive for me in this particular game, I think.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking eager would be a good one, but aggression could work too. What ultimately did you in here was the smoke fire penalty, right? Because you
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. Chat, you guys have any ideas? I did like how you kind of sat through and watched the rest of the battle, though, just to see how it played out. So, that's cool.
Yeah, I was interested, and I knew that it wasn't going to go on that much longer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, Note, hey, thank you very much for your support and setting this one. This was a cover my replay, if I remember right, using channel points. And yeah, you can see right here, no shell hits at all from Sharn 43. Wild.
And most of the damage the Los Andes did to me with its main batteries was HE, not AP.
Yep. Yep, because frankly, when I played Los Andes, I didn't bother with AP that much. I used HE for almost everything. Just more consistent, and together in tandem with the secondary starting fires, far more devastating than just AP Citadel hits. So, all right. Well, guys, we're going to move to the Be Right Back screen. There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tulsa Tabasco sauce. Ooh. All right. I'm going to run a commercial break, guys, while we get ready for the next one. Who wants to go next? Who wants to go next?
Somebody that I know is going to have radar after I've been detected on hydro, and I smoke in front of them so I can't see them. And
wow, NBA, you're so excited about going next.
No, he doesn't seem that excited. I guess we could go with me.
It's up to you. No, not you, Big O. It's up to you or Andrew Cott, I suppose. You can go, just K. Yeah, I know, right? Falcon.
But Matsuri's going down, and that's the problem. That leaves Pikachu all by himself.
Andrew, if you're okay waiting a bit, we'll do we can do NBAs next. That's fine.
Okay.
His little gambit there not working out.
correct. And you can see Pikachu now might take a torpedo as well. 2 torpedoes, and he's
Tulsa.
Oh my goodness!
And he's gone.
Hearing torpedoes from downtown. Look at that! Right as they run out of range, even.
Yes.
Wow.
Brilliantly played. Game that we are looking at.
Set 52. Is there a death pick in this one, NBA?
No.
No. Okay.
So
fancy.
Yeah, very fancy. I don't know if you knew this or not.
Golden. Good job. Wolfie playing the game. Let's go.
battles will they win?
You said 52, got that. How to improve your camera in the game? Just play ranked. Or your karma, just play ranked? Yeah, I mean, maybe. The ultimate is to play ranked and carrier, right?
I think 007 pulls out something they're not expecting someplace.
Get the
I'm gonna go grab a piece of pizza.
render tool fix.
I'm biased.
But that's why you should be answering.
We'll go for 00 and 2.
Oh, 00 and 2. Damn, that's spicy, my friend.
Yep, and it was only because of his enterprise that his team had the chance to win. I don't know if you can do it. There's few other ships you can do this in.
Maybe Lexington.
Yep, but
then you
they're
do-
all CBs.
And then you do 20,000 damage with 4 citadels on the Queen Elizabeth. Just because you can.
Of the map, but with 3 ships, I mean, THC needs something big to happen for them, and right now,
Okay.
where they're going to get it. 00 has done an excellent job of preserving their health and guarding their ships. Not many of them are really under a tremendous amount of threat right now.
Yep, Leo Larenas and the Nevsky way south. He's down. Viva's turret.
All right, NBA, you ready to go?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
All right. You're dodging ads by watching on YouTube. There you go. There you go. That is the play. All right, so here we go. One of my favorite ships in this game is Z-52. I have a soft spot in my heart for this ship. I just love her. She's great for utility because she's got the hydro acoustic search, which reaches out to 6 kilometer. Makes her a fantastic cap bully. On top of that, her torpedo reload isn't bad, and her main guns are okay. They're decent. They're 128s, and so you can shoot HE and do next to no damage, but you do get 1/4 pen, which means you pen 32 millimeters of armor with her. And then if you come up against something that's showing you broadside, the AP in this boat can absolutely be devastating. But I really do enjoy her. For the longest time, I had Lutyens on this ship because, frankly, the ability to heal when you spot 3 ships on a ship that does not have a heal is just so brokenly OP. I found her very useful and ranked because of that. So, this is a game from NBA, who's checking, who's playing this game and trying it out, and you are on the standard torps, not the upgraded ones. Why?
Just guys, I don't use the torps much.
Okay. So, in my opinion, you're missing out on one of the best parts of this game, of this line, which is the relatively fast reload on the torpedoes. I would absolutely suggest going for the upgrade. As you can see here, you gain an extra 0.5 kilometer of range. It doesn't feel like that much, but it really can matter. And the torps are faster by 2 knots, which does also help you out in situations where you're dealing with other boats.
Would you go for the ledge mod too, or no?
So unique upgrade for Z-52 is something that I haven't really played much myself because it came out after I'd already really gotten my jollies from Z-52. So let's take a look at that. So this one is 10% less torpedo detectability range by sea, 5% for ship detectability. So that's basically you lose your concealment module, so you get half of that back. Your torque speed is 5% faster, and your torpedo reload tube time is 15% quicker. It's not a bad. No, let me go take a look at your concealment. You're at 6.10 kilometer right now, 6.1 kilometer concealment. With this, it's 6.42. No, you just can't afford. You can't afford to go for it. So I would not recommend the unique upgrade.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought, but
yeah, good question. So your build, you got main armaments mod 1, engine room protection, aiming systems, propulsion, concealment, and then main battery mod. This is fine. I would recommend that in slot 2, if you've got the coal, either engine boost modification or hydro modification are very good on this boat. Probably the engine boost is where I would start with. Just helps you reposition that much faster. The hydro comes in handy though, because the hydro being 6 kilometer range, you can absolutely just dominate over somebody else, and they can't do anything about you, which is kind of fun. So, beyond that though, everything else is exactly how I'd probably spec it. It's fine. Captain, standard captain, you're not using Lu
Yeah,
Yens.
standard, yeah.
It's fair. Jutland
Yeah,
does
he's
have
on
a...
the sleeping, so yeah.
Yep. Von Jutland does have a buffed consumable specialist, which might not seem like a big deal, but one, since you're using that skill, and two, because of how sexy this hydroacoustic search is, I would
It's
absolutely,
sexy.
I'd absolutely put Franz von Jutland or the other Reinhard von Jutland in this ship, or even Hipper, right? Because this just helps you get your hydro back sooner. So right now, its cooldown time is 1 minute and 2 seconds, or 102 seconds. If I switch this, it's 105 seconds. So you gain effectively 2 seconds. Not a big deal, but we've all been there where that would decide the battle. Yep. Panzerkex looking ahead at the commander build, suggesting RPF, radiolocation. Let's take a look at the build here. So you've gone preventative maintenance, consumable specialist, last stand, survivability expert, concealment expert. So that's your standard core build. Adrenaline rush, range upgrade. Yeah. Now, range on these guns is pretty anemic. So I actually did the range upgrade myself as well, if I remember right, when I built her out. But
Yeah,
radiolocation is very important, and I would say even more important than consumable specialist is having radiolocation. So I might finish it off like this, or if you really want to focus in on your ability to be a cap bully, then I would drop range and pick up the Mabas instead. So build out your guns a little bit more.
Okay.
And then you can get your consumable specialist back. This would be fine. Alternately, Fearless Brawler would be good too.
Yeah.
You're probably going to want to respec. Probably being the operative word. If you feel like you really need the extra range.
20 yeah, he's at 20 right now, so.
Yeah, right. But if you've used the skills, then that increases the cost to respec. If you've only used if you've only used this amount of skills or whatever,
yeah,
then
I've only used that. Yeah.
Yeah, then it's cheaper. So but I would say if you feel like you need the range, and I don't disagree with you needing the range, putting that out there, then you're gonna want to drop consumable specialist.
Okay.
Reload, because I always get into close quarters. Yeah. So in that case, Mabas and consumable specialist is good. Or if you don't want that, you could also spec into Fearless Brawler. So when if you're the kind of person that spots the enemy destroyer and says, "Oh crap," and then opens up, well, now you've got 10% reload time while you've spotted that destroyer and you're not in smoke and you're detected. Keep in mind, if that destroyer smokes or you smoke yourself, Fearless Brawler is less useful. This is just for the initial engagement and, trying to smack somebody. So I think Mabas is probably the best choice, but range is fine. It really depends on how you use the ship, okay? If you want to play anti-destroyer, then I would go Mabas plus consumable specialist to get your hydro and engine boost up quicker and smoke.
Well, yeah, that's my favorite thing to do. And a German ship, German
DD. When you hydro push something in smoke, you just laugh maniacally. Love it.
I love it.
So I think this would be a good use for your setup then. Because the range doesn't matter if you're charging something in smoke and, the range really doesn't matter. It's the reload that matters in that situation. Just get that thing dead.
Okay.
So signals, you've got ramming, HP, hydro, and smoke durations. And then shift speed, and then consumable reload. I don't know that I like the idea of both of these. It's okay to extend the range of hydro, the duration, but the problem if you extend the duration of hydro is then it rolls off later, which means the next time you use hydro takes longer. And then the same thing happens with smoke. Most of the time, hey, giveaway going on, CC container. So most of the time, what I find is the smoke, especially for these destroyers, isn't worth buffing the duration of, because frankly, you use these smokes to disengage. You use the smokes to break contact and not necessarily sit inside of there. Which slot is the hydro mod For coal, it's coal, and that's slot 2, Panzerkex. So I wouldn't run these 2 signals necessarily. If you spam a lot of HE, the fire chance on these shells is quite low. So buffing the fire chance is actually a noticeable improvement because of that. If you use HE a lot. You absolutely want fire extinguishing time. This is huge because if you get into an engagement with somebody else, you need the fire to burn out as quickly as possible if your DCP has already been used. So a lot of times in an engagement with destroyers, you lose your engines, you DCP, and then you get set on fire. Now you're screwed, right? Because fire increases your concealment and therefore makes it easier to spot. Whether to extend hydro depends on how you wished you had more. Right, exactly. I would say if he had gone for the hydro modification here, then you might as well also increase, your hydro. But I don't think that, I think it's more impactful for you to have it last less, because then you have the ability to choose easier when you're going to use it next time. Now the final flag I would suggest here is actually going to be the flooding flag, because your torpedoes have really good reload, but they don't have the greatest of flooding chance either. So let's see, what's the flooding chance? 250%. That's actually pretty low for a torpedo. Usually they're around 300. So getting the extra 15% chance of flood here, if you spam your torpedoes a lot, this is very handy, very handy. So I would set my flags up like this for more of a competitive match. Okay?
Okay, right, gotcha.
All right. So let's drop the build viewer and let's get into the game. This is mountain range. There's a carrier, no subs. Okay, there's a carrier though. That's going to be problematic. Battleships you really don't care about. There's a lot of them, which is actually good for you. Hey Garnsey, how you doing? Cruiser-wise, Venezia and Michelangelo are real problems for you. Hipper can be. And then there's a Z-52, Schultz, and Jaeger. Obviously, if you detect the Z-52 with your hydro, he detects you. So that's problematic.
Same with the Schultz, right?
Same with the Schultz. Yep, so it's really the Jaeger that you hope you run into, which kind of feels odd to say because the Jaeger is such a pain in the butt ship to fight. You always take the flag set you needed last battle.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you! You're checking out the Dolphins.
Teammate, I need your
I was looking. I was looking at something else. Yeah, but it's fine.
Reminder, y'all, we do have a giveaway in chat for a CC container, so you have to be over on twitch.tv/Lord_Zath, be a follower, and just type something in chat. Okay? We need at least 10 of you to do so for the draw to be done automatically. You've got 8 or 9 minutes at this point to get in. So you're heading towards ACAP, which is fine.
Yep.
Because you don't have radio location, you don't know who's near you. That's another thing that's handy in the build, but there's just no room for it, is finding a way to get radio location in. You could do that instead of guns. Actually, I think I might have done that instead of guns when I built mine. But that does come in handy. Love the live show. Yeah. I'm glad you made it on over, CJ. Why are you stopping here? Get in the cap, Shinji.
I don't remember.
And like I said, your torps reload fast enough, you can absolutely luck chuck torps in places and just see what happens. Now, I would have chucked to the right first and then to the left, because if you think about it, if somebody's going to slow down or turn, you want them to slow down or turn into the second rack of torps. It's the music that makes a difference, yes. It can be, Duckman, it can be. Now, I would be looking at the Arpeggio Yamato. Forget about the Schultz. I don't know why you're fixated on the Schultz right now, but I'd be looking at the Yamato as a really good torpedo target. He doesn't have a lot of cover, but the problem is your positioning is giving you less opportunity to torpedo him. So in this situation, again, it would be much more helpful if you had a radio location, but I'd actually try to get to the other side of the cap from where you are. Because then that also gives me the flexibility to get into the B cap afterwards. And as you can see, the black is being contested in the B cap. And I really don't understand why he didn't radar. Black is asking for support. Oh, look, he found the Jaeger. So, I get that you maybe are thinking I need to assert dominance and kill the destroyer on my side here, but to a certain extent, you're not very well suited to do that.
Okay.
Also, the way the Schultz is playing, I'm not worried about him. Right? He's playing way off on the flank. He's probably looking for torpedo targets, which, by the way, you're now starting to get into torpedo alley that he might fire off in your direction, which can be problematic to the point where Hydro might be a good idea now. So here you could choose to smoke and shoot the Schultz. This is your best opportunity to do that. He's broadside to you. You've got AP in the barrels. I mean,
yeah,
you
but,
are...
yeah, but did I lose spotting on the key?
Who cares
Also,
about
right?
that?
I mean, right.
Who cares about that? Is the Schultz detected by you? If so, then you can't smoke. But if he's not, then you can smoke. You kill the Schultz. Who cares about the key? He's running away. Doesn't matter, right? Oh, look, he blew him out of the water. It's far more important you get the kill, and afterwards you worry about him later. If the key's running away from you, guess what? You're not going to torp him anyways, because he's just going to keep running away from you now. You've lost both your destroyers on the other side of the game. Oof. Now you really can't afford to play around here. And you're going to let a Michelangelo walk over to you. Engine boost and run away now.
Yes.
You're not.
Yeah.
Instead, you're going to let his sap secondary shoot you. You do, but you took a lot of time in the decision to do that. So... his secondaries actually don't fire at you, which is interesting. But he's got Hydro too, so if he's got Hydro in the barrel ready to go, he can charge you. So I'd be engine boosting him. I'd absolutely be engine boosting. But more importantly, I would be thinking about the fact that both of my other destroyers are dead, and I wouldn't be wasting my time on Michelangelo. I mean, I get that you're trying to help the team, but the team's got plenty of beef together. You should be fine. And if they screw that up, that's on them.
Right.
And Michelangelo has torps as well, that's correct, yeah. Hey look, Michelangelo died.
Yeah, I didn't realize he had Hydro.
Yep, he does. And that's one of the reasons I like using the mods and stuff like that. Having the ability to just look here at a glance, Michelangelo, okay, follow that down, you know, he's got Hydro. I mean, you know, and 8-kilometer torps. Like, it's just so nice to have this information in front of you. You can always, of course, if you don't use the mods, hold down tab, and then you can say, oh, Michelangelo's got Hydro. You can click on it, and then you can go mouse over the Hydro to see that it's a 5-kilometer detection. But that's a lot of work to do. Now, another mod that I'm using lets me know that the Jaeger is disconnected. So had you gone over to the B cap, you might have actually been able to find him and kill him while he's disconnected. Easy kill.
Yeah, that's one mod I do not have. Yeah, so.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people forget about the torps on the Michelangelo, but, you know, so you're going to keep pushing now. I don't like the decision. Hey, Invictus, I don't like the decision to push here. Oh, Electric, congrats. Love the salt in chat, too. There's always salt in chat, especially when carriers are involved.
Yeah, there's always... I try not to pay attention to chat too much.
Yep. But, like... So for here, for example, I wouldn't bother shooting the Brandenburg I would just torpedo him and then continue on my way to B cap. Because you've lost the rest of the map. Pushing is generally not a good idea. If you win your flank, instead of pushing, you rotate to the other flank and shore that one up. A far better use of your positioning and time. Port to Brandenburg now, he's in your range. Here's where that 5.5 kilometer extra range could be handy. I like that you've got anti-air off, but you're stopping. You're gonna smoke and shoot. Okay. He's broadside to you, so AP would be the better choice here. German battleships have a lot of superstructure that you can pen with AP. A lot. So that's why I would probably use AP here. Plus, he's got one fire going, and so chances are that, you know, he'll DCP if you get another fire on him. Yeah, Michelangelo was a dockyard ship. Sorry, Wolfie, if I missed your question earlier. Now you switch to AP on the Yamato, and ironically, I would shoot HE here.
Sorry.
He's got a much smaller superstructure compared to the Germans. Also, he has such low health, you just need to start fire on him and be done with it. So here, get closer so you can torpedo him. You don't have to play this far out, because the only thing that could possibly detect you and beat you with your detect is the Jaeger. But again, because I know he's disconnected, I would play a little more aggressively. If you didn't know he's disconnected, then you're gonna... What? Why are you using guns here? And HE if that's the case. Do you know why HE?
Why?
He's got 32mm armor, which you pen automatically with your HE, for one. Two, you want to get him started on a fire so that he DCPs before your torpedoes hit him. If you look at your shell hits, you're not really getting a lot out of your hits either. You're getting a lot of ricochets and a lot of shatters. Only 13 penetrations there. Now you got more ricochets than pens. Aw, and if only your torpedoes had another half kilometer of range. I like how your Izumo is like literally sailing up the butt of the Essex. That's a good look on the minimap there. Dead bot is a good bot. Yes, yes. Dubon's still hanging out, using one of those new animated GIFs I threw up there from Stream Raiders. RIP Stream Raiders. Yes, right, Patrick, exactly. And that goes back to my statement about, you know, you're worried about the Jaeger spotting you, but if you knew he was disconnected, you wouldn't be so worried.
Yeah.
Now here, I wouldn't have gone past. I would have just sat and shot him until he fired back at me, but this is fine.
Doesn't worry.
You might have enough to kill him here.
Yeah, he dies. Yeah.
Gegnerische Schlachtschiff versenkt.
Oh look, the Jaeger's still alive. And disconnected.
Alle Stationen, brauche Feuerunterstützung.
And the carrier missed him because he was dropping on the Alsace. Oof.
Nebelwerfer gestartet.
Don't do this. Don't shoot, smoke. If you're gonna smoke first, smoke, but then wait to shoot your guns. Don't let him see that you're there. Like, even though he's gonna see your smoke and know there's a destroyer there, he might get a shot on you because of that. Also, he knows your hit point pool, and so does the rest of the team as a result. Alsace also has 32mm armor because it's French. So, HE would be a good choice as well, just to get him on fire and get the DCP done. Jaeger is back now. See, all that time, if you had gone to B before, all that time has been lost now when you could have killed that Jaeger. Yes, minimap location too, right? Exactly. HE here would be good.
I know I switch over sometime, but yeah, no, I get you.
Mm-hmm. But, I would have probably been using HE the whole time to encourage him to burn and blow a DCP. And then I would probably... You're leaving the smoke now, I don't know why. I would have held on the torpedoes to see what exactly he does. Because if he chooses to charge you, it makes it easier for you to torpedo him, right? But you torpedoed him before you knew what he was going to do. You missed battleship radio location? You can take it in a battleship, can't you? No, you can't. Never mind.
No.
There's the kill. Now remember, he's got 32mm of armor plating in the bow, so you probably would have better suited shooting the bow there. I would not have DCP'd until you went dark. The only way you're going to go dark is that 52 goes dark. So
Yeah,
now is when I would have
himself,
DCP'd. Yeah. Now is when I would have DCP'd, because right now, if he hits you with a shell, sets you on fire, well, guess what? Now you're detected again.
Unser Sieg ist in Sicht.
Requirement is 1,000 views. I think that's right, Duckman. I know we lowered it a bit. But the big thing is you weren't able to capitalize on this disconnected Jaeger. Still, there's only 3 ships left in the game on the enemy team, one of which is at the B cap. You're just in a really severe disadvantage with him unless your teammates can get back there to help. He's running. Thanks for the lurk, Wolfie. I would probably open up on him because he's clearly focused on somebody else. Love his name, by the way. What's for dinner, Wolfie? Also, don't stop. Get into the cap. And aim better, please.
My aim's always up. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever watched me, but
yeah. But see, that's why I wouldn't have stopped. That's why I wouldn't have stopped. I would have kept going into the B cap because, one, you get closer so your aim gets better, right? And two, you're in the cap so you get the cap points. That's really important for your XP gain.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
And I love the fact that the Immelmann, or the Richto, I should say, survived against that onslaught. That's hilarious. You're gonna die now, but still, like, it's just kind of funny to think about, right? Like, how did you live? There's the Jaeger. And that's gonna do it, huh? You're just gonna...
That's gonna do it, yeah.
Yeah, you're just gonna let the clock run out, and there you go. Honestly, a solid game and kind of showcasing why the Z52 is such a versatile ship. And why I'm really excited for the Super Z52 to come up, because that ship gets extra hydro range. It's gonna be very sexy.
I'm waiting, yes.
Yeah. The reason why you go for reload over range, because you can't hit from range. This is true, Panzerkex. The range is really useful for farming battleships that are running away from your smoke, is what I thought. Nice job with the collision there. But yeah, reload is definitely going to be better for you, yes, especially for stuff up close and personal. So you still got, you know, 92,000 damage. That's quite respectable, right? You ended up 4th place on the team. As a side note, I like the fact that all three replays so far have not been MVP. It's unusual for us. That's true, Panzer. But I mean, like, I think for you, the biggest things are consider. Let me get the replay render going, and of course, chat. If you guys have title ideas, share. But for you, I think the biggest thing is after you get the A cap, either go and kill their destroyer on that side. I get the idea behind that, fine. But then go to the B cap and forget about loitering in your area. I think you wasted a lot of time there. This game would have been a lot faster if you went to B after A, because you would have ran in this case to a disconnected Jaeger and just yeeted him off the face of the earth. Who can pass up the opportunity to flex on camera, right? I mean, I don't blame you, Zeka, or others who choose to do that. I remember my first time, iChase was a community contributor, and he used to put stuff up on YouTube as well. And you know, the first time I had one of my replays or content up on YouTube, I felt really damn good about it too. Yeah, I already have a German sinking and Austro-Hungarian. That's also a good point there, Cthulhu. That's also a good point, yeah. So what are we going to call this for a title? NBA, do you have any ideas?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
No idea.
I'm thinking utility could be a fun title.
I should have had longer
Go to B.
I don't know.
I kind of like that, Duckman. Go to B. Go directly to B. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Oh, Warspite is slow, yes. Finishing Sense and Eddie. Go for Electric. What do you think, NBA? Utility, go to B. Flexibility?
Go to B.
Go to B. It's almost like it's saying go to bed.
I mean,
Is Zumo refueling the carrier, right? All right. I got 2 more replays to do in 40 minutes. This is going to be problematic.
Yeah, challenge.
Yes. Challenging, to say the least. So, chat, I'm probably not going to do the traditional commercial break and BR back screen because I got to blow through. Hi, Rob.
Hello, I'm home.
We can hear that because you're typing on the keyboard.
I keep forgetting my microphone's rather sensitive. I'm guessing one of the replays ran long, or at least one of them.
We had a golden Kappa train.
Yep.
We had a golden Kappa train for like 45 minutes. It was awesome. So anyway, hey, NBA, thank you for the support. You're supporting me not just on Twitch as a subscriber, but you're also supporting me on Patreon, which is awesome. So thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Thanks, Seth.
Yeah. All right. So, like I said, I'm not going to bother with doing the commercial break stuff. We're just going to go straight into our next replay because I got to catch up. So, Andrew will do yours next, and then we'll keep Hoojam for last. Hoojam, does that work for you? And Andrew, does that work for you? Andrew says, alrighty then. National Churro Day, is it? It's National I Need More Dirty Water Day. Me. You won't be here for the replay? Oh, I'm sorry, Hoojam. Do you want me to... Andrew, can you wait? Can I do Hoojam's first then? I didn't think it would take this long either, Hoojam. Yes, okay. Hoojam, we'll do yours next then. So that way you can be here for it, okay? We'll do yours next, and then we'll do, we'll finish with the Neptune. Blame it on the Golden Kappa. Blame it on the Golden Kappa, on my work meeting running long, on my giveaway bot being broken and needing to, like, fix that. And that's important because, you know, I got codes and stuff to give away tomorrow. No. We're doing Ursu Jam. It's too late. We've already switched. You gotta live in 5? Okay, well, you can be here for the first 5. And there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a look at Who Jam's game. This is a ranked battle. He called Ranked Hilarity, and he's in the Vyazma, which I like to call the VJJ because of reasons that we might see in this replay. Now, looking at the build viewer program is broken. So for this ship, so you've got Kuznetsov, and this is an experimental ship. So you start with less hit points, but you get a baked-in adrenaline rush, and then you also get better accuracy as you've lost hit points. Right, so you start off quite low on hit points, and that really helps you quite a bit. On top of that, you've got Kuznetsov, which gives you the ability to, you know, get a heal if you get low. If you get first kill, first blood, it gives you an extra charge. And it looks to me like you are running, what is this, Potato Quality's build, I think, right? Potato Quality has his setup like this, where he's gone with Grease the Gears, consumable enhancements for the extra hydro duration, and Adrenaline Rush, Superintendent, Concealment Expert, Outnumbered, and Top Grade Gunner. Personal opinion, I'm not a huge fan on this. You want to drop Conceal for Consumable Enhancement. Drop the Conceal and Consumable. So for me, I think the skills that are important that are lacking or missing here is 1 priority target. You absolutely cannot afford to show your side in this boat, so priority target is very handy. Ironically enough, Survivability Expert is still handy in this ship. I'm not a big fan of Outnumbered. I get it. If you are outnumbered, if it procs, then it helps with your accuracy. But I just don't see that to be that important in this ship. And so, like, for me, I would look at maybe the buffed AP skill, because you're almost always shooting AP, because these are 406mm guns, which is ridiculous. Outnumbered and ranked is... Who Jam, I disagree, but hey, that's fine. You and I can have different opinions on this. I find that you can make it proc if you are off on your own. But the problem that I have with this skill is what I just said, you're off on your own. And to me, the Vyazma is a ship that you typically want to play with the fleet. Or if you want to play off on your own, fine, but it requires your flank to be secured. So I just have a problem making this work, personal opinion. So I would absolutely go for heavy AP. I know you said you don't do priority target, but I would go priority target. It's ranked. Okay, I get you, but I'd still probably go priority target. I don't remember how I built mine, but I know I tried to build similar to this, and I actually went back to my original build. I think I actually did take Concealment Expert still, just because it helps me to get to a point without being detected, which is very handy. You have a problem with any ship which you need to pop a super heal to have half-decent health. True. Cincinnati and Colombo? Sure. Cincinnati is best on Venezia, though. For upgrades, you've got Main Armaments Mod 1, just your typical anti-blood and fire choice there. I would have gone for Engine Boost Coal Mod if you have it. That's how I use it on mine, I think. Turret Traverse, because you can't take aiming systems. Propulsion makes sense. Concealment makes sense. And then finally, Reload absolutely makes sense. Okay, let's get into the game then and see how it plays out. You're still amazed Wargaming thought it was a good idea to give 403s a burst fire, right? Seriously. Oh, I don't think I got my initial starting screenshot. So let me do that real quick. Funny side note, these ships start with less health, and so you start the game with holes in your ship already. Just feels odd. But, you know, it's alright.
Maybe they got called in the middle of returning from a battle.
Right? So, in this game here, you can see how you're starting with lower hit point pool. What I almost always do is I trigger a heal and an engine boost right off the bat. Yes, with the ship in ranked, always use the heal right away. Absolutely. So I use the engine boost and the heal. The heal for self-explanatory gets your hit point pulled back up a bit again, so you don't get like one-shotted. And then engine boost to get you in a position to use your guns sooner. And on this map and this spawn, I would probably work my way all the way out to the extreme flank. This area here is strong too. You can absolutely make this area work. But to make this area work, it's highly dependent on your flank being secured. And seeing the Valparaiso choosing to leave you is not a good feeling. And a Keksarge is starting the game in reverse is also not something you want to see. This is why this is ranked comedy. I got a Keksarge reversing at the start of the battle for the whole game. Got a customer server report. There you go. All right, we'll call this one comedy. So, Z44 and Jaeger are problematic for you because of their torpedoes. You do have hydro, so that helps. Blue hair is absolutely your food, as is the battleships if they show you broadside. Now, Foodjam's got the F key, and for those of you guys who don't play these ships, also, I don't know, Foodjam, if you noticed this or not, there's a fun bug in the game where even if AP was your last used skill, it just throws you on HE. So, I would absolutely be using AP here. And then I would hit the F key to reduce your range. Because, in my opinion, one of the common things that happens to me is I find the enemy and I shoot at them. And then after I shoot at them, I realize I could have used the F key and got 2 shots off on them. Now, if you are able to, like, not deal with that, like, there, then okay. Unfortunately, both your shots missed. And rip your Kitakaze. Another ranked moment, ladies and gentlemen. Keksar just still reversing. Guys, he's a carrier. He's a carrier, guys. He's a carrier. Alright, well, Kitakaze's dead. Welcome to ranked battles, where the points are made up. The game doesn't matter. Except if you actually want to rank out, in which case, internal screaming. Lots of internal screaming.
Get back.
Alright. Well, you've gotten to the position where you're safe-ish. And because the Jaeger and Z44 have both been spotted, you can actually push into the C-cap here. Very cautiously, but you can do it. Yeah, you see an opportunity to hold a sec, right? If the blue hair comes out in front of you, AP into him would be great. There he is. I would be switching to AP right now. I'd be switching to AP. I don't fire HE that much in this boat. I probably could use to do that more frequently, but I don't. You thought I said 8 turtles screaming instead of internal screaming? Sorry. Oh my god, a Musashi too? Are these guys literally just gonna military parade right past you? They're gonna do that, aren't they? And then you're gonna pop out and Citadel the crap out of all of them. And it's gonna be glorious. You figure he's gonna come straight since you haven't been spotted yet, yeah. And, ladies and gentlemen, the dockyard ship that so many of you guys spent so much of your time and efforts unlocking. Guys, it does not work in ranked. Angry turtle screaming is appropriate for ranked. True, true. But look at what you just did to that stalker. Ooh, Jaeger coming up your butt, though, is a concern. If he goes to the channel, you just go forward, though, and probably dodge most of his torps anyways. Oh, he's so nice of him to show you who sits again. Goodbye, blue hair. We barely knew ye. Oh, nope, he didn't die. Interesting. Yeah, exactly, Banjax. I'm not a fan of her. I know some people are like, ooh, I can make her work, but, you know, you spend a lot of effort and time in order to make it work. It's not worth it. You know what happens in this match? Why? Are you in the game pop? How do you know? Oh, Jaeger up your butt. Hello, Musashi showing broadside. Let's go. Oof. Oof. 6 citadels. And just like that, he is gone. He does like to post a lot of these gifs and clips, yes. You don't like how you guys all picked EU team leaders. Vaco. Vaco, my friend. I had no choice. I saw Kinemod was available, and therefore I picked Kinemod. Why the heck would you not pick Kinemod, my friend? Now there I might not have F-keyed, but whatever. You bought the dockyard phase on your seal account just to get Cole to get Marcel out of the account. There you go. Don't like phase 2 or 3 of the missions for the actual dockyard itself. You feel like misrepresented by region? Nah. Engine boost I think would be good to use now. Oh, look, your Kexarge is still on the border. He's a carrier, guys. Heal, 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 heal. Heal, 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 heal. You're gonna shoot first, then heal? Heal! Yo, where's your heal? Good jam. Heal. Yo? Hello? Now you're getting greedy. Hujam's choosing not to heal because he gets the buffed Adrenaline Rush and he gets the buffed Shell Dispersion of his guns. And he figures he's safe. Oh, now he's healing. I like how you just don't care about the Jaeger. I wouldn't either. Thank you, Cthulhu. And broadside Iowa. You want from guaranteed loss to maybe this is gonna be a win in like 3 minutes, right? That's the power of the VJJ, everyone. Nope, I did not, Vaco. I barely have time to watch YouTube for recreational purposes. Barely have time. Between work and streaming, barely have time. But congratulations on being featured on Jingles. Have you seen my replay on Jingles? Where I played Shiratsuyu and got a Kraken in it? So that's it. That's the game. I mean, makes sense. But this is why this boat is stupid OP garbage, especially for ranked. And if you guys haven't picked it up yet, pick the damn thing up. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna fast forward because obviously, as you said, it's just you guys literally chasing the Jaeger around. Which doesn't lend itself well to replay analysis. You've seen most of them in the past 10 years? Cool, so you saw that one, huh? Our Kexarge stopped spotting him. LOL. It is extremely broken. Your Neptune can't do anything to it unless it's full broadside. Or you can get some torpedoes on it. You can do conga line torpedoes. That's about it, though. Alright. 177,000 damage. Hujam, I'm glad you were able to be here for us to cover your replay. But I think the replay speaks for itself. Not much to talk about other than just healing a little bit earlier there. But whatever. Yeah, don't go broadside. Don't ever go broadside to a VJJ. Don't. But yeah, nice battle. Let's get the replay render going. But yeah, I find that the buffed AP skill is very handy in this boat. It's because you're almost always shooting AP. In this one, we didn't see the use of outnumbered at all, but I can see why Hujam might feel that that's very handy in this boat. Yeah, exactly. They're 4.6mm guns, Andrew. They do not care about your bow-in, angling, whatever. You'll do the 20k points if you have time to fire up that game. Vaco, I do not have room for cover my replays. I'm out. Completely done. Today's the last day for replay analysis. Matter of fact, we had to get Big O to give up one of his spots so we can cover this one. And then that forced me to raise my my channel point prices. Now, this is a great replay though. It does show the state of the game, right? It shows ranked and its glory. The fact that everybody completely ignored you, Who Jam, is just wild. Absolutely wild. I mean, the only person that cared about you was the Jaeger, but he couldn't do anything with you once you decided just to leave. Titles, guys? What are we gonna title this to go to YouTube? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Yes. Vyazma and Valpo. Only missing a Michelangelo for the full lineup, pay to win gold ammo. Vyazma? What Vyazma, right? Seriously. I don't know. I could... comedy, I think, is fine. I think we just leave it at comedy. Russian bias? I think comedy works, but Russian bias isn't too bad either, Cthulhu. Either way, I'm no... Or, sorry. I'm no... Jesus. Who Jam, thank you for sending the replay in. Really good way to highlight just how broken this ship is in ranked especially, and a lot of fun to take a look at, so thank you much. All right, Andrew, we saved the best for last, right? That's your game. I'm gonna finally redeem or accept the points for you. And close that, and I'm going to go to my rerun channel because I think I have points I need to grab over there. Yeah, of course you can, Andrew. Get on over here. No problem. Yeah, M-Notes Tulsa game. Okay, there we go. You can think of something, but yeah, I know. Well, that's why we call it the VJJ. I was trying to think of some sort of a vagina reference to it. Oh. How about the VJJ Chronicles? Like Vagina Chronicles, but we call it the VJJ Chronicles.
And hello.
Well, on that note, hi, Andrew.
What a time for him to come into the chat, into the voice chat.
I know, right? Perfect timing.
Too much of an internal joke. All right, fair enough. We'll just call it comedy if it makes it to YouTube. F or F gets kind of silly when your secondaries are 15k, but it's still no way as bad as the gold ammo ships. F or F. I don't know what that means. Or F. Oh. Okay, let me get your Neptune thing set up here. I'm gonna have to find a way to get my my dailies on. Fight or flight. Oh, okay, you're talking about the mechanic. The mechanic that's in here. Yeah, okay. All right, well, you ready to go, Andrew?
Yep.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so this is Andrew's replay in the Neptune. This is also a ranked battle. And what's interesting about Andrew is I found Andrew one day and I made a comment about how Neptune sucks in ranked, and Andrew's like, hold my beer, here's 2 replays of me playing Neptune in ranked. So, here we go. Is that right?
Yeah, that's about right. This is actually the second of the 2 replays, and it's actually 2 consecutive battles back to back. And the interesting thing is, the enemy Neptune is the exact same one that I played against in the previous battle.
So you know what he's
in
gonna
a
do.
radar Neptune. I'm set up as a smoke Neptune.
I see
and
that.
There's a lot of there's always constant criticism of smoke Neptunes, and I never understood it. But yeah, you'll see.
Okay. Hey, Rollspawn. Well, so you know, smoker radar is a choice that the British light cruisers get, right? They've got 152mm guns. Minotaur, of course, is its own other level. But these are AP only cruisers, which is really important. I personally hated Neptune. I was not a fan of it. I played it in random battles. I played it with a range mod with smoke. Because the thing is, for this particular boat, you've got a full concealment build. So we can take a look at your concealment, right? 10.34. if you went for radar, your radar is 10. So you do not have the stealth radar that the ship preceding you, right, the Edinburgh, and the ship following you, the Minotaur, both enjoy, which is huge, which is absolutely huge. In my opinion, Neptune needs the ability of stealth radar because the tier 8 and the tier 10 have it. Free XP bait, yeah, right, exactly. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, these boats are massive. Like, the hull itself is big. The armor plating on it is almost non-existent, and it just traps AP shells for days, and they get citadeled and then they die. So, Andrew, I don't have a problem at all with you choosing to run smoke, because that's probably how I would run it. I would also slap Rob in the face for having his mic open while he's typing on the keyboard. So, let's go into your build. Main armaments mod 1, damage control, really, okay. Aiming systems, steering, because you don't get propulsion, concealment, and then finally main battery modification. Yeah, big reload. So, slot 2, why didn't you go for engines?
I don't know. I just generally enjoy the steering. It's actually reminiscent of also a bit of how I played the Royal Navy's light cruiser line. It's sort of similar to how I play destroyers, where you always want to try to position yourself to not be broadside for one.
Well, sure.
And tactically, you're always trying to flee from the battle as opposed to going into it, because because you're basically a floating citadel, and this goes for the entire Royal Navy light cruiser line.
Which is why
never show your broadside at all costs. Try to avoid showing broadside.
But that's why I would recommend engine room here, because if you're kiting away, your rudder is exposed quite a bit.
Yeah.
And frankly, if you do show broadside and take that big citadel in the middle, you typically lose your engines too. So
yeah, the one thing here which I should have done is actually more the fact that I didn't take last stand in the commander setup.
Yes, something else I'm going to mention.
Because basically, I always just, if I have only a single fire, I'll try to let it run out.
Yeah,
and I find the engine doesn't actually get knocked out as often as I would think it would be. But yeah, generally, I don't borrow with engine room protection, because normally I would be running last stand, in which case your engine is still running if it gets incapacitated. So
this is true.
It sort of helps negate the penalty. So,
but the big thing is,
fires tend to happen way more often than the engine getting cocked out. So.
I suppose, but the thing is, the 5% risk of catching fire isn't really that big of a deal. You left that dominant Metallica. Oh, cool. Are you gonna go watch it? The fire reduction, it sounds good on paper, 5% less, but the reality of it is it's not as effective as 5%. So. We talked about this before. We did some wiki stuff with math. It's not that helpful. So I would absolutely recommend engine room protection, especially because you didn't take, as you said, last stand. But even so, it's gonna be better to take. The leg is hurting, about to flare out. Sorry to hear that, left eye. Everything else makes perfect sense, and sure. And then you've got a standard captain here. Now, you could take Dunkirk. Dunkirk, if you notice, gets bonuses to both consumable enhancements. So your smoke lasts longer, your hydro lasts longer, and it also gets a bonus to grease the gear. So why don't you have Dunkirk on here? Or BD?
Mainly because I tend to have commanders for all my ships. I don't like doing the respect all the time. So I literally have a dedicated commander for every ship. Obviously, it's not a very popular thing to do. Most people will just hop commanders around everywhere. But I like having the dedicated commanders instead, so that's why I ended up with the standard captain. I have my Dunkirk actually on Conqueror instead. So
no, it's a fine question. Electric says, is damage control module ever useful to take? You're talking about this one right here, Electric, and the answer is yes. And that's only for battleships, really, that don't lose their engines or rudder. Because if you don't lose your engine or rudder ever, then you don't care about engine room protection. That's really it. So like Kremlin, for example, you would take this. So anyways, I asked you a question knowing what the answer was, and you gave the right answer in my opinion, which is why the hell would you put a special captain on a Neptune when Minotaur exists or so many other ships exist? You're going to put them on those tech tree ships instead, which I completely agree with you, and I'm with you too. I don't like to spend the points in the doubloons or Commander XP to respec things. And guys, I'm sitting on like 54 million Elite Commander XP, so I can do it. I just don't like to do it anyway. So I'm with you there, completely with you there. So skills, you went for Grease the Gears and Consumable Enhancements, Superintendent, Concealment Expert, Adrenaline Rush, Radio Location, and then Top Grade Gunner. So what I find interesting about this is you have 0 skills that help you with situational awareness. You don't have incoming fire alert, and you don't have priority target. Why not?
Generally I don't find I need them. I stare at the mini map constantly while fighting. So I mean, it's one of those skills you can't really teach anyone, and you sort of just learn as you play. And I've actually been playing this now for 7.5 years. Doesn't feel that long, but
I hear you.
Yeah, it's a lot. You find out how useful after a while the mini map is for situational awareness. Even just for aiming over like mountains and stuff to do blind firing, it's very useful as a reference.
Well,
so
and I think I saw.
That's why I prefer to use the points elsewhere.
Sure, and I think I saw Zeka saying that you have more Neptune games than he has in Marceau, and he spams the hell out of Marceau. So that says something about how much you enjoy this boat. Hey Gary, how you doing? Salute. So, okay, fair. But I think for most players, one of these 2 skills would be very handy to have. Your 180-degree turn time is pretty good. So I might at the very least take incoming fire alert instead of grease the gears. Alternately, priority target is fine. Doesn't help you with smoke duration. But if you're running smoke, it's not a big deal. I would say consumables enhancements is probably a bigger deal if you're running radar, right? Because you want the radar to last a little bit longer, get another salvo or half salvo into something. So, okay. The other thing is, you can't use heavy AP. Yeah, so I mean, everything else on the build makes sense. I do like radio location, especially in ranked, so you can hunt down a destroyer or something, or at least know where it is. Top grade gunner makes perfect sense for you if you're smoking, and something is within range of that, you can still get the bonus.
Yeah, I find especially for the Royal Navy light cruisers, you could afford to spend the points on rail location just because you don't have HE, you don't have super AP. So it really narrows down like the number of skills you could actually put to the usefully use on a captain. So,
absolutely. And then you start thinking fill the tubes or pack a punch, right?
Yeah.
Survivability expert is still useful for you, by the way, even though you get the super healed. This still does come in handy.
Yeah, survivability expert's definitely an option. Like if I didn't take radio location, I would have probably taken survivability expert and last stand on top of grease the gears.
Right. Okay.
If I rework this with what I have right now, I'd probably switch grease the gears with last stand just because I didn't bother with the engine room protection.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. Well, let's look at your flag setup. This is ranked, so you are using some of your flags: ship HP, hydro, smoke, heal boosting, speed, consumable, and that's it. I would say grab a ramming flag. It's cheap enough, and in this boat, you never know when you got to ram a biatch. So I would absolutely take the ramming flag here. Beyond that, there's no carriers allowed in ranked now, so you don't need to worry about that. I might take the fire burn reduction one, just because you said you hate burning anyways. But this helps, you take less damage anyways.
Yep.
All right. Let's get into the game. And yeah, Gary, I am full up. This is actually our last replay of the stream, and it's our last replay of the patch cycle. So I am as full to the gills as possible. Thank you, Vaco, for answering. Okay, I'm legit interested because when I see Neptunes and I play ranked, I just think to myself, I've got the easy win if the Neptune's on the enemy team. Especially if I'm in the Vijay. You saw the last replay. I'm just like, we're gonna feast upon this guy. So, I'm legit curious to see how you play this. So you've got a Valpo, a Prince Rupert against the Musashi and Sun Yat-sen. You automatically win because you've got 2 meta battleships versus their 2 not so meta battleships. But then you've got a Rune in yourself against an Alaska Black and a Neptune. I would absolutely rank an Alaska Black higher than a Rune. And then you've got Yugumo, cancel. ZF6 versus Jaeger, I would absolutely go Jaeger. So you win in the battleship department, they win in the cruiser destroyer department, in my opinion. Is that how you sum this up? Okay. All right. Jingles also has a Miracle Neptune replay. Good. I'm sure they exist. I mean, you play enough games in Neptune, you've got to have at least one game where you're just like, holy crap, guys, look at this.
Well, I do have one other replay that actually ended up on YouTube. I think I sent it to you at one point.
Okay. You might have. Unfortunately, as you see how everything works, it's...
Oh, I know.
Musashi's very imposing in ranked, yes, except if you watch the last replay where Hujam just dismantled it in one salvo. But yes, Musashi can be. I just don't value it as high as secondary battleships these days. Okay, so Neptune spotted. The question is, are you going to shoot him or not? If you're going to shoot him, I'm assuming you're waiting to see if he beaches. Oh, wow. You opened up. Ballsy. Very... 4 citadels?
Yeah, sadly, he did the one thing you're not supposed to do, which is go full broadside. This is a perfect illustration of why you never show broadside in a Neptune. It is a floating citadel to the ridiculous extent. This goes for the whole line.
Of course.
Yeah. So,
and then you got a follow-up salvo with 2 more. Meanwhile, somehow your Yugumo lost half his hit points. I have no idea how. Jaeger, maybe it's Jaeger torps. He did torp the Jaeger. Oh god, he's broadside again. And you know that he's radar, so you can just take advantage of this, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's actually more surprising that he didn't get death struck. Like, no one else really...
Well, look at your battleships! What the hell are your battleships doing? They're flanking, guys. They're flanking. I hate when this happens in ranked. On this map especially. You get battleship players like, I'm gonna flank them. Like, no, just get in the middle of the map, suck up the damage, and do stuff with your secondaries. Anyway, I digress. Why aren't you shooting the Alaska here?
Not detected. And, you know, again, I'm out in the open. I don't want to use my smoke yet. So.
Musashi right there? And...
At this point, I use the smoke.
I mean, you have 2 choices, right? One is to smoke, 2 is to charge. If you charge him, maybe you can torp him in the face, but that's about it.
But no, he's very far. He's considerably far enough that I can still smoke up. I can still afford to hide.
Yeah.
No one else is really paying me much attention at this point either. So
yeah,
even
but
though I'm
Musashi...
full broadside to the rest of the world, they're not really paying attention to me. They're paying attention to the battleships that tried to flank her.
Yeah, and one of them is already dead somehow.
Yeah, so I lucked out a bit there, but yeah, that's also why I didn't bother shooting the Alaska. I don't want to shoot out in the open if there's people that might be paying attention to me. And,
right. Well, and that's the power of radio location, because you saw it pointed towards the Musashi. You didn't know what it was, but you knew something was over there.
Exactly.
He beached. And rip your ZF6. Whatever. Oh no, you radared. That's the Neptune, isn't it? That's funny.
Yeah, he's trying.
So, actually, with the Musashi hiding behind the island, this is your perfect opportunity to go and charge him. Because he can't really do much about you. You know? And you can get right under his guns and then just torp him. Okay, you have a minute of dealing with pain. And you better hope this Musashi aim sucks. Wow. Wow, it sucked. What the heck dispersion was that?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of luck. A bit of luck
Yeah,
with the
just
aim.
a bit.
Well, also you'll notice that, there's also a lot of speed throttling. A lot of throttling, a lot of, positioning away from the ship, trying to angle myself. Because trying to flee, they can still hit you in the ass and kill you that way.
Yeah.
If you're fleeing. So, it's not good to go straightly, just trying to, so it's always good to try to get slight angles. And doing some kind of speed throttling to try to help throw off their aim, because most people assume you're going at full speed.
Yep.
So,
Rip your rune.
gotta use whatever you can.
Alaska is gonna die, hopefully, but the B cap is being capped, so Yugumo is in the B cap. Oh, Alaska's still alive. 98 hit points. Oh, that's the Neptune and B cap. Interesting.
Yeah, it's still alive. The only damage done to him, I believe, is the citadels I did to him for the most part.
And Vako, I completely agree. Ripple fire. Just hold down your left mouse button and shoot instead of double clicking. Well, there goes the Yugumo to the Neptune. Now you're down a ship. You and the Valpo versus the world.
Yeah, I sadly am not going to be able to rely on the Valpo for very much longer.
Hey, now. No spoilers.
In all honesty, though, while I was actually playing, I was just, first half was literally just focusing on battling it out with the Musashi.
Yeah.
Then I reoriented myself and okay, what happened to the rest of my team? Where did everyone go?
Yeah, that is also the ranked experience, my friend.
Yeah. At this point, it's literally, okay, pray and
Just gotta
hope for
go.
the best, and try to star save.
Yep.
Not expecting much more than that.
What Andrew was really doing was saying the Valpo player is trash at the game, but saying it nice way.
Everyone thinks like you, Zeka.
Oh, this Neptune really misplayed here. And you're gonna kill him because of that. 2 citadels.
Direct front.
No? Come on. And the bow, you're gonna hit him in the tip. You shot his tip away. Not very nice of you. No, but I would agree with Andrew though. I would say the Valpo misplayed, and that's it. I wouldn't call him a trash player. I think that's I just don't like that. The Valpo player is playing as best as he can, and if he made bad decisions, fine. He died to the Yugumo. Yugumo's got torpedoes, and it's a really good torpedo destroyer for that. So.
Yep, I mean, he outlasted most of the rest of the team, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and exactly. Ruprecht was the real problem because he did a failed YOLO. Now you got a Sun Yat-sen, which is scary because you really can't do much about him. You're smoking here?
Yes, because
Why?
again, the cap. I want the cap. At this point, I'm like, okay, it's a 3-on-1. This is probably just a star save at this point. Let's go for the cap, get as many points as possible.
Okay. So, going for the smoke here actually kind of works in your favor because it might draw the Yugumo into closer proximity to you. He might get greedy and try to get a torpedo hit on you.
Yeah. Sadly, though, my Hydro's running out. So if he torps me, I just hope my ship is positioned well enough that I could dodge any incoming torps.
Well, so what you...
The other thing is, I could shoot the Sun Yat-sen.
Smoke fire penalty.
Normally I would, but because I'm the only ship left and I'm prioritizing the cap, I just totally ignore shooting him.
No, I'm
guaranteed the cap. So
I'm with you there, absolutely. And then you can shoot to see Are you detected on smoke fire penalty? Now, here's the big deal. Your Hydro's down, but you're going to leave the smoke, so you're going to automatically dodge the Yaguma torpedoes because of that, right? Because you know the Yaguma's going to torpedo the smoke.
There's that, if there is any torps, but the other thing is, well, if I'm going to try to do anything else, I want to try to get as close to the Sun Yat-sen as possible to go for the torp run.
Yeah, kind of like what we were talking about earlier with the Musashi.
I'm literally going for a Hail Mary play at this point. Try to use the island, keep cover from the Sun Yat-sen. I know I'm currently spot here.
I might single fire a couple of torpedoes through the channel here. There you go. No?
No.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
I'm going for the guaranteed shot. Thought about it though. I thought about it, like, no, I don't know where it is, so.
Okay. The guaranteed shot, though, you might die before you get the guaranteed shot.
Absolutely. This is 100% Hail Mary play. Not advised under normal circumstances. But again, I'm on my own. Just trying to do as much as possible at this point. So this is like the make or break.
He's sitting still, so you decide to go and charge him. But you've got the British light cruiser acceleration. And he unloaded on you, so you can actually turn and torp him in the face now. You're gonna get this kill. Now you're shooting inside because you know he's gonna turn in to try to dodge torpedoes. And there you go, you get the kill. Okay, so now you gotta go into the sea cap. You know the Yagumo exists, and you know where he is, so you can just dodge accordingly, and you've got Hydra going. Wow. Could have just waited to be on the rock. True, Vako. But I guess the Sun Yat-sen wasn't. I wouldn't have expected you to either, like, charge right there. So, okay.
Well, I don't think the Sun Yat-sen was expecting me to charge either.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
No. Oh my God, torpedoes.
Torpedoes, direct front.
If you wait behind the rock, the problem is you can't position the Neptune at that point to launch the torps. You don't have any chance of launching the torps, which is why it's not a good idea to just wait behind the rock.
Right, and you're spotted.
Permanently spotted.
Oh, this Yagumo.
At this point.
What is this? And you actually arced over the island. You're gonna get this kill and you're gonna win. Oh my God, this is disgusting. You should have waited a little bit to get the full base cap first to get more XP. Oh, you got it anyway. You got it in trash time.
I was just ecstatic that I managed to come back at all.
Oh my God, you guys. A Neptune in this game getting 4 freaking kills in a Neptune? 2 of which are
3-on-1. First one, it was literally a 1-on-1 battle. The rest of the ships were still alive, but after that, there was no one else.
Neptune's Fury is going to be our title. Neptune carry NBA. You have 2 caps, the point lead. The battleship has to charge you because the Yagumo torps missed. I would have sat there and waited for the 20 seconds for Hydro, but GG. I mean, yeah, you could have, but I feel like if you had waited, that gives the Yagumo time to reset and be in a position, right? So you charging means the Yagumo is not able to deal with your position. Let's watch the replay. This is crazy.
Not only that, but if I had waited, the Sun Yat-sen might have actually gone closer to the cap, at which point I don't have any time to actually try. Like, he has more time to shoot more than one volley at me.
If the Sun Yat-sen got into the channel, right, like, you would essentially have to trade with him to kill him.
Yep. I mean, the other thing is I'm lucky that the Yagumo was more passive. Had he actually tried to go into me in the B cap, I could have had a lot more trouble. I could have easily been wiped out.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just like right here amazed that the Musashi failed to kill you. Failed to even hit you. It's just, I mean, wild beyond craziness. The Musashi hit you 7 AP shells. 7 AP shells. Chat, guess how much damage the Musashi did with 7 AP shells? And feel free, Andrew, if you have a guess, you can share too, because you probably don't have this answer in front of you. 1,500? More than that.
It's not much, but
he hit you 7 times. for 16,000. 16,000. Just a little bit more than 2,000 HE or hit point damage per shell. 2,000. That's crazy. The Neptune hit you 42 times. 42 times with AP. Neptune, 42 times. 26,000 damage. Musashi didn't have AP. Premium AP, yeah. How's the run, by the way, SAT? Good, hopefully? I mean, the Sun Yat-sen hit you 10 times for 13,000 damage because you came out right in front of him and bounced his shells. You're going to see that right in a moment on the replay render. Wild. There it is. Yeah, so what do you guys think? Neptune's Fury as a title? Is there something else? Running in an oven, but otherwise fine. I'm offended the enemy team. I kind of am, Zeka. This was the enemy's game to win, and they just decided, nah, we don't want to win.
I had no business winning this game.
No,
I
you
was
didn't.
totally shocked myself.
You didn't. You don't deserve to win. Go and, file a support ticket and say, you know what, have my star. I don't need it. But I think this is why, like, Battleship's overrated. I think this is why, like, you say, hey, I refuse to go down without a fight, right? Because that's what you did. You said, like you said, well, I guess I'm going to save my star now. And, like, you made all of these plays and end up winning the game while trying to save your star.
Bit of luck, of course. There's always a bit of luck, because again, if the Yugumo had actually charged me at B, that while I was busy pointing at the Sun Yat-sen, he could have tried shooting at me, set me on fire, maybe get lucky, get me on permanent fire.
Yeah.
That would have finished me off. Like, there's so many other scenarios that could have played out.
If the Musashi actually had better aim. Like, Jesus. It's just wild. Absolutely wild, dude. And he did this in a smoke Neptune in a ship that I regard as probably one of the worst possible cruisers to take into ranked battles. And yet you made this happen.
Yeah, I get questions several times in the in-game chat. You're like, why Neptune? I'm like, because it works. I make it work. It works for me. I don't know what else to tell people. I mean, my advice when people are like, I want to play ranked, like, try a whole bunch of ships and see what works. Whatever works for you, just run that. Don't worry, just run whatever actually works for you. Even if it doesn't, it's not conventional. It seemed to make the most sense. If you can play it really well, then have at it. I won't question it.
Dude, I always tell people, you play the ships that work for you. Somehow you managed to make Neptune work for you, so congratulations on that. But, damn, like, I would only play Neptune in ranked if my viewers force me to do it while I'm playing, or if I didn't want to win. Like, I didn't want to, like, I was playing it and I didn't want to, like, get to promotions to the next league, for example. Jeez. I mean, yeah, the enemy's making Neptune work, right? Except, like, just, wow. Wow.
I mean, you still gotta know what you're doing, because again, you look at what happened to the other Neptune, 8 Citadels, that's all on the other Neptune. It's happened to me as well. I have been dev struck right near the start of a match. In my Neptune, it does happen.
That is Neptune life, and Electric, no, I would not refuse. I would just be angry with you and play it and die, but
Yeah,
all right.
In terms of, playing it out in the smoke, like, I don't see the point using radar in a Royal Navy light cruiser. There's so many other options.
In a Minotaur, it's good, right? And then in Enro, it's not bad because it's got the ability to stealth radar. But Neptune really struggles because it can be detected and then you radar and see nothing. That's the problem with radar Neptune. So I agree with you. Smoke is the play for Neptune. It's just, damn. Anyway, Andrew, thank you for sharing and thank you for using Cover My Replay so we can do this one because this was wild.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely freaking wild. Well, chat, that's pretty much it for the stream. I'm 10 minutes late already, but it is what it is. So go to the focus on me. I want to take a moment and thank you guys all for tuning in, being a part of the stream. We had an amazing stream today. We had the Golden Kappa train, which got to level 10, so we could enjoy some Woodford Reserve. So thank you guys for helping me along with my alcoholism. That was great. And we had some awesome replays. We had Brisbane, Tulsa, Z52, Vyazma, and then finally this most recent Neptune. What a replay to end the patch, indeed. So guys, let me get these this going here, the poll up and running. So I'm gonna go to the new poll, which to YouTube. We're gonna start with Brisbane. That was Rob's game. In the Brisbane, we're gonna call that one, we call that one wrong build because he built for torps and didn't really use them. Tulsa, that was M notes, and then we had the crazy golden Kappa train doing that. Win is 14.5 this coming week, Baco, this coming Wednesday. So Friday's upcoming Friday stream obviously is in doubt if we're going to do replays or not. It really depends if the replay render tool and the captain build tool is fixed or not. This patch, this past patch, it was fixed, so we may be able to get that started right away. We'll see. So Tulsa, what was it? Cut gap? What is this? Oh no, cut the gap in between. Duh. We were gonna call this one eager or aggression. That's right. Z52, which is gonna be go to B. TGIF indeed. Vyazma, which we're gonna call comedy, and Neptune, Neptune's Fury. We're gonna put down here. So you guys are gonna have 5 minutes to vote. Probably should have done 3, but I did 5 anyways, because I can hang with you guys for a little bit. And that way, do we have to ask many to destroy to politely reveal themselves? Well, they kind of had to at that point, right, SAT? Because all of the caps were pretty much gone at this point. So it's up to the Yugumo to play. So that was really cool. You need to get your rank research bureau built up by Wednesday. Can't wait to troll people with that new ship. What new ship are you talking about, Vaco? Hello, Gandalf. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I hope you guys had a great Friday. So votes in chat right now. If you're on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, you need to get over to twitch.tv/Lord_Zeth to get in for the vote. If you don't see the vote on Twitch, refresh the browser. And remember, this is Chicago style voting. Everybody gets 1 vote, and then you can use channel points for additional votes. Your destroyers also can spot destroyers fighting smoke. True. True. This is an example of Andrew making Neptune work in a absolutely redonkulous fashion. I honestly don't know how else to mention that. Guys, we have a few days left in our sponsorship for Match Master. So if you do want to help me out, and if you want me to cover one of your replays in the next cycle, consider downloading Match Masters. Right there is the link on your phone. Play through. I don't remember. I posted on my Discord where to go. Just post a screenshot that you completed that task on Discord, and I owe you a replay analysis. Okay. Stats still under NDA, but stats irresistible are on ship 2 and the dev block. Okay. And yes, making things work, it's ranked battles. You never know what you're going to expect on ranked battles. In the meantime, while you guys are still voting, a couple of reminders too, besides Match Masters is, of course, my rerun channel. If you don't mind clicking on that link there and tossing a follow. I think there's only like 4 people right now on the rerun channel. But basically, I keep a channel going 24/7. It's a way for you to support me outside of the stream, and it doesn't cost anything. You just park yourself there, have it open in a Chrome tab, and or any tab, and then just check it on every now and then. Leave it at like 1% volume. And what you're doing is you're helping me out through ad revenue. And I do 2 giveaways per day on that channel. So, you know, it's a really good opportunity to get some World of Warship stuff and things. If you want, if you're looking for those things. For example, was it this morning? This morning we had 8 people in the giveaway. Last night we had 5. So really good odds to win prizes. And I'm giving away the same kind of stuff that I give away on this channel. So CC containers, blue bonuses, that sort of deal. You also get channel points, which you can utilize for, I'll cover my replay. So I cover one of your games. And then, of course, some people like hanging out there because you get your drops. And so people tune in there on Thursdays and get their drops covered and stuff, which is perfectly fine. Couple other things to mention is my YouTube. Yeah, well, if it's not a good time for you, Cthulhu, that's okay. That's why I do 2 giveaways 12 hours apart, because at least it's good enough time for at least one person, you know? Hey, no problem, Andrew. Great meeting you, and you're always welcome to send in replays, of course. There's my YouTube link right there. If you haven't already subscribed to my channel on YouTube, please consider doing so. I'm close to 3,000 subscribers on YouTube, which is huge. If you already are subscribed to YouTube, or if you don't want to, that's fine. Just do me a favor and click on some of the links there and thumbs up them. You know, comment on them, watch them for a bit. All of those kinds of things help the algorithm to understand that I'm not some sort of AI bot and I'm a real human being. And of course, ad revenue over on YouTube does support me as well. YouTube's an area that I've kind of ignored for a while, growth-wise, but is definitely something that I want to return to. So, all right. So it looks to me like the Neptune is going to win with an awful lot of votes. What I'll do is probably offline. I'll look at, or maybe even we go to the ending screen here. I'll take a look at which of these ships I have on my channel, and I'll make a decision based off of that for which else goes to YouTube. Until next time, guys, thank you for tuning in. I hope you guys can tune in tomorrow and Sunday for the COTS Trident Trials. Should be a lot of fun. And at this point, I'm going to ask you guys for raid targets. Who would you like me to raid? Doesn't have to be World of Warships content. Doesn't have to be under a certain number of people. Just let me know. Who would you like me to send you guys off to, okay? I'm going to put the stream ending now. Bye-bye, guys. Admiral Revan. All right. Let me get it's another poll. Who to raid? Admiral Revan. Okay. I'm going to put the rerun channel up as well. Ouija, thank you very much. Enjoy your dinner. Vaco, I usually don't raid Mountbatten. And it's mainly because he does not raid out at the end of his streams. And to me, if I'm going to raid somebody with you guys and share you guys with a person, I want that person to go and share and pass it along to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Artful 5? Okay, Artful 5 works. Yeah, no problem, Vaco. I appreciate you suggesting him though. He's a good dude from what I've seen. I rated him once, and then he stopped the stream afterwards, and I'm just like, okay, well, that didn't really matter. You know? Like, any other nominations on raid targets? Please share, y'all. Yeah, to be honest, it's a little disappointing. I'm going to be going to TwitchCon, and one of the things that I'm going to do at TwitchCon is suggest, you know, talking about how raiding can be helpful. Gang? Okay, gang brang is fine, sure. Gang brang works. I've completed a full tech tree, but the game isn't giving me the option to reset. You need... How many resets do you need for Research Bureau, guys? Is it 4? Is it 5? Okay, it's 5. Thank you, Lord Jackal. I want to respond to this guy's comment. On the USADD line of Jay Humphreys, do I have to get the Jay Humphreys. Okay, so there is no impact by having super ships like Jay Humphreys. Okay, thank you guys. Guys, you're gonna see some links in chat. Story Elixir, okay. Got it. You're gonna see some links in chat. You can support me by clicking those links, like my Fabletics link. There is the poll right now. Thank you, Bfall, as well, and Jackal. There's my link for Patreon if you want to support me outside of Twitch. The nice thing about Patreon is I get a much larger percentage. So on Twitch, if it's a $6 subscription, I get $3 at the most of that. With Patreon, I get 92% of the $5. So I actually get more money straight to me by you subbing or, supporting me on Patreon, which is wild to think about. Chat on Twitch, I'm gonna run a commercial break because there's one that's about to start while you guys are finishing up your votes. In the meantime, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick, I'm gonna say goodnight to you guys. Thank you for tuning in. We got Libreo came and hung out over on YouTube Horizontal today, as well as Iron. Okay, I think that was Rob. Constantine hung out over on YouTube Vertical. Thank you very much, Constantine, for saying hello over there. We didn't see any new people over on Rumble or Kick, but that's perfectly fine. So YouTube, Rumble, Kick, good night. I will see you all hopefully tomorrow morning.